The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 6, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Randy K. Weber, Sr. to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week, President Biden unilaterally made the decision to cancel more than $6.1 billion in debt for 300,000 art students across our country. This is a bailout. This bailout is an insult to the tens of millions of Americans who either paid off their student loans or who never attended college in the first place. Instead of using taxpayer dollars in an attempt to win votes, President Biden should be turning his attention to the runaway inflation that has impacted every man, woman, and child in America. Parents shouldn't have to choose between buying gas or buying groceries for their families. Parents should not have to dip into their savings or into their retirement accounts to afford basic goods. Sadly, under President Biden, these decisions have become all too common. It is time to stop wasting taxpayer dollars on student bailouts and Green New Deal initiatives. It is time to return to fiscal restraint. It is time to put a stop to the runaway inflation that has become the trademark of the Biden administration. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week, the House Homeland Security Committee released documents that identified over 45 airport locations that were used by President Biden to secretly fly over 400,000 illegal immigrants into our country. These documents, which the Biden administration only turned over under subpoena, show that Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden have been transporting illegal immigrants into communities across the United States. It is clear that President Biden is using our regional airports to spread this crisis and effectively make each and every state a border state. The American people cannot afford to have a Homeland Security secretary that fails to keep America safe. And Pennsylvania families cannot afford a president who cares more about illegal immigrants than about the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Molan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Mayor John Cruz as he serves his final term representing the village of Hagåtña after almost 2 decades. Before becoming the mayor of Guam's capital, Cruz faithfully served the government of Guam for 25 years. His tenure shows his commitment to the people of Guam has been unwavering since the beginning. He has been a strong advocate for the island and a champion of public service. Present day, Cruz is known by many of his constituents for his beautification efforts in his village, ensuring Guam's special capital remains a cultural and an historical hub. Most importantly, Cruz is a family man, a devoted Catholic, and a reliable mayor who puts his constituents first. I'd like to thank Mayor Cruz for his dedication to the people of Hagåtña. His leadership has been instrumental in making the village what it is today. I wish him the very best in retirement, and I'm certain his legacy will be an inspiration to all future leaders to come. Thank you, Mayor Cruz. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a remarkable individual who has made significant contributions to the field of medicine, Dr. Vincent Duenas. His deep passion for healing and his tireless dedication to patient care has made a profound impact on the lives of countless individuals in my community, the island of Guam. As he retires from his position, I'd like to thank him for 45 years of service at the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. In addition to his distinguished career as an internal medicine doctor, he has also held the title of GMH's Associate Hospital Administrator of Medical Services, Medical Director of Respiratory Therapy, among many other positions. One of the most remarkable aspects of Dr. Duenas' career is his exceptional ability to provide compassionate care. He has fostered an environment where patients can feel heard, understood, and supported. Aside from his time in the medical field, Dr. Duenas also served our nation in uniform for 20 years. He was a member of the Guam Army National Guard, ultimately retiring with the rank of colonel. Dr. Duenas' accomplishments and contributions to medicine are truly inspiring. His dedication, expertise, and passion have made a positive impact on countless lives in Guam. Today, we honor Dr. Duenas and wish him the very best in his retirement. I am certain his legacy will continue to inspire future doctors to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Ready to go? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of one Senator Carl Allen Parker, a true Southeast Texas giant. Born in Port Arthur during the Great Depression, Senator Parker dedicated decades to serving the people of Southeast Texas. He was a distinguished lawyer, statesman, and beloved native son of Port Arthur. Senator Parker leaves behind a legacy of unwavering dedication to public service and tireless advocacy for the people of our great state. He will be remembered for his 34 years as a member of the Texas legislature, starting with his election to the House of Representatives in 1962 and then later to the Texas Senate, where he served until 1995. As we mourn the passing of this remarkable man, let us also celebrate his extraordinary life and the lasting impact he had on our state. May his legacy inspire future generations of public servants to follow in his footsteps and continue the work of building a better Texas for us all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the extraordinary life of the Honorable Kenneth Randall Hufstetler, State District Judge of the 300th District Court of Brazoria County. His relentless dedication to public service and remarkable contributions to our community will always be remembered as a Brazoria County icon. Randy was a Texan whose life exemplified faith, family, and service. His tenure as a judge was marked by a steadfast commitment to upholding our United States Constitution. With integrity and diligence, he interpreted and applied the law to ensure fairness and justice in every single case that crossed his bench. Despite losing his battle to cancer too soon, Randy's legacy of courage and strength will endure, inspiring us all. Though he may no longer walk among us, Randy's impact will continue to be felt in the lives he touched and the values he instilled. To his beautiful family, Danette and kids, Randy was the epitome of love, strength, and devotion, cherishing each moment with them as the greatest gift of his life. And to Judge Kenneth Randall Hufstetler, we say farewell with gratitude and admiration. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a distinguished Texan, Gerald Sullivan, who has been selected as the 2024 Buck and Ball honoree. Gerald's story is nothing but a pure Lone Star legend, showcasing grit, guts, and a whole lot of Texas-sized success. From Galveston County to the halls of Texas A&M, Gerald's entrepreneurial spirit has left an indelible mark. As chairman of the Port of Galveston, he steered us through Hurricane Ike's wrath, ensuring our port's and Galveston's resilience. His dedication to education and sharing insights with students reflects his commitment to the next generation. Not to mention the Sullivan's family's century-long legacy in the beef cattle industry, grazing cattle and saltgrass pastures along the coastal bend, and then shipping them from the Port of Galveston to Caribbean nations like Haiti and Cuba. Gerald and Suzanne, his lovely bride, congrats, Gerald, on receiving the Buck and Ball Award from the Bryan Museum in Galveston, where they are preserving Texas history. Gerald, your commitment and dedication are inspiring to Southeast Texas, and I'm glad and proud to call you a friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record Part 2 of the interim report that I have prepared for the House of Representatives entitled Unwelcome in Niger.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to warn this body of the deteriorating conditions in the African country of Niger and to give rise to the concern of service members and contractors. More than 1,000 of them right now are functionally being held hostage in Niger. They are being used as pawns during a negotiation that has left America at the bended knee of third world criminals and thugs as our troops seek medicine and fresh water and troop rotations. How did we get here with more than 1,100 Americans endangered right now in Niger? Well, it started back in March of 2023. Secretary of State Antony Blinken went to Niger and proclaimed that it was a model of resilience, a platform for great democracy. It would be where America would execute its Africa strategy. 1 year later, almost to the day, there was a coup in Niger. And guess who overthrew the government that we said was the great model of resilience? People we trained. We trained the coup leaders to go throw out the democratically elected government of Niger. And I know this will surprise you, but after that occurs, they say they want our bases that U.S. taxpayers have poured more than $1 billion into gone. They want our service members gone. And so I came to this floor after hearing from some of my constituents who were stationed in Niger. And after the overthrow of the government, there weren't resupply flights. They said, Congressman, we are going to be out of medicine in May if we don't get this sorted out. 3 days after I filed Part 1 of the report that I am supplementing today, the Biden administration announced that we will be leaving Niger. A welcome sign, I'm sure, but the leaving didn't actually happen. We have people who are now more than 200 days into a 180-day rotation, and while the negotiation regarding retrograde and withdrawal are ongoing, the government in Niger is using the well-being and health of our service members as leverage to get what they want out of our government. Our troops aren't getting medicine for malaria, for cholesterol, for their blood pressure, chronic conditions. And I've received the letters from the wives, from the fathers of the people who are in Niger now, and they say, we know that our family members are being extorted by the local governments when they try to leave, hundreds of dollars to even bring a bag through the airport. We know that Russians are behind the wire. You know what a real U.S. president would do? Say that C-130s are on their way to Niger today with the water and the medicine and the food our troops need, that they will have a full fighter pilot escort there. And if the Nigerian government or any other third world thug tries to even turn on their air defense systems, we should show those leaders and those thugs what the target package looks like on their houses and their family members, because it should not be Americans that are suffering because President Biden and Blinken are so embarrassed that their strategy in Africa failed that they're willing to let Americans' conditions deteriorate. They're willing to let our military spouses and family members wonder what's going to happen to their loved ones with their blood pressure rising and no blood pressure medication, or concerned what will happen now that we're in May and there's not sufficient malaria medication. We should always keep our people's well-being at the forefront of our minds. And today we should be resupplying our troops in Niger, Africa, and we should dare these thugs and criminals to mess with us while we're doing that. This is a total embarrassment, but saving politicians and people like Biden and Blinken from embarrassment is not worth putting U.S. troops at risk. I will stay on this. I will stay on our government and the Nigeri government to ensure that our military members and their families are appropriately treated and their concerns are elevated to the highest levels of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord of the universe, look down upon your people and grant us your peace. From generation to generation, we have found ways to disparage and destroy one another, allowing racism, prejudice, and discrimination to color our judgment and enrage our worst selves. You have warned us that there will be wars and rumors of wars. Nations will rise against nation. Earthquakes, famines, pestilence, and persecution will threaten our freedoms and dismantle our security. On this day of Holocaust remembrance, remind us that the insidious malice that crept into our culture and led to the horrific deaths of tens of millions, including Jews, Roma, Jehovah's Witness, gays, and the disabled, is an evil that is still at work today, pervading our communities. The present turmoil reveals a pivotal moment where you call us to bear testimony to our faithfulness to you and to you alone. In the words of Elie Wiesel, for the dead and the living, we must bear witness. Grant us courage and unite us under the values of dignity, respect, justice, and righteousness, that when we reflect on history's extermination of entire peoples, we would affirm that never again means now. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please address the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 3, 2024 at 9:35 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2181, Senate 3126, Senate 3249, Senate 3285, that the Senate agreed to Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, Senate Concurrent Resolution 35, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable Daniel Robert Graham, former United States Senator from the state of Florida, Senate Resolution 668, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable David Hampton Pryor, former United States Senator from the state of Arkansas, Senate Resolution 673, that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 593, that the Senate agreed to House Concurrent Resolution 89. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the veto message. Oh, the chair lays before the House another communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on May 3, 2024 at 12:28 p.m., set to contain a message from the President on his objections to House Joint Resolution 98, which he returns without his signature. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
The clerk will report the veto message.
To the House of Representatives, I am returning herewith, without my approval, House Joint Resolution 98, a resolution that would disapprove of the National Labor Relations Board's, NLRB, rule entitled Standard for Determining Joint Employer Status. Since day one, my administration has fought to strengthen workers' rights to organize and bargain for higher wages, better benefits, and safer working conditions. The NLRB's rule would prevent companies from evading their bargaining obligations or liability when they control a worker's working condition, even if they reserve such control over exercise and indirectly through a subcontractor or other intermediary. If multiple companies control the terms and conditions of employment, then the right to organize is rendered futile whenever the workers cannot bargain collectively with each of those employers. Without the NLRB's rule, companies could merely easily avoid liability simply by manipulating their corporate structure, like hiding behind subcontractors or staffing agencies. By hampering the NLRB's efforts to promote the practice and procedure of the collective bargaining, Republicans are siding with union-busting corporations over the needs of workers and their unions. I am proud to be the most pro-union, pro-worker president in American history. I make no apologies for my administration protecting the rights to organize and bargain collectively. Therefore, I am vetoing this resolution. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, May 3, 2024.
The objections of the President will be spread at large upon the Journal, and the veto message and the joint resolution will be printed as a House document. For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further consideration of the veto message and the joint resolution HJ Resolution 98 be postponed until legislative day, May the 7th, 2024.
Is there objection to the request? Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or the votes objected to under the Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6972 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6972, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to require an executive agency whose head is a member of the National Security Council to notify the Executive Office of the President, the Comptroller General of the United States, and congressional leadership of such head becoming medically incapacitated within 24 hours and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many of you, I was shocked this past February when Congress learned that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was medically incapacitated for days before the President or congressional leaders were made aware. The lack of transparency set off alarm bells on both sides of the aisle and across the national security community. We are experiencing crises across the world, crises that require our defense leadership to be alert and ready. Unfortunately, our defense leadership was not ready earlier this year. Secretary Austin was incapacitated and no one knew. In these times, we cannot afford to be caught so unprepared. That is why this bill is an important measure to ensure military readiness. The Securing the Chain of Command Continuity Act requires congressional and presidential notification when someone who is a member of the National Security Council and is the head of an executive agency becomes medically incapacitated. Under the bill, the person filling in for the incapacitated official must send the proper notifications within 24 hours of the official's medical incapacitation. If the proper notifications are not provided, a report detailing why the notification rules were not followed must be sent to Congress, the President, and the Comptroller General within 72 hours. This is a measured and balanced solution to this national security issue. I thank my colleagues, Representative Kiggins of Virginia and Representative Davis of North Carolina, for their bipartisan work on this important and timely legislation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. LaTurner, for your excellent introduction. I rise also in support of H.R. 6972, which would amend the Federal Vacancies Reform Act of 1998 to require any agency head who's a member of the National Security Council to notify the Executive Office of the President, GAO, and congressional leadership within 24 hours in the event of medical incapacity. This bill was brought forth after the hospitalization several months ago of Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to treat complications from cancer surgery. Secretary Austin has taken responsibility for the lack of notification to the President during his hospitalization and has assured the American people that, quote, there were no gaps in authorities and no risks to the department's command and control during his absence. A congressional hearing on the topic in February confirmed as much, and a classified review found, quote, no ill intent by the Secretary's staff. I commend the Biden administration for the swift action it took to conduct a thorough review of current protocols and to ensure that the Office of the President receives all proper notifications. This bill aligns with the Biden administration's efforts in the field. Consistent with the spirit of transparency embodied in the 25th Amendment to the Constitution, which requires congressional leadership to be notified if the President is unable to discharge the duties of his or her office, I agree that Congress should be notified if an agency head who's a member of the NSC is similarly incapacitated. I support this legislation. I congratulate Secretary Austin on his recovery, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Raskin. I would like to recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to speak in support of my legislation, the Securing the Chain of Command Continuity Act. At a time when our nation is facing threats around the world, We cannot afford for those who are critical to America's national security to disappear without explanation and a clear delegation of their responsibilities. As someone who served in the armed forces for nearly 10 years, I was alarmed by reports back in January that those at the highest levels in the chain of command were not informed when Secretary of Defense Austin required an unexpected leave of absence due to health challenges. For days, essential members of the National Security Council, including the President, were left in the dark regarding his status, causing a serious breach of command and control that is the bedrock of America's defense supremacy. I'm concerned for Secretary Austin's health and wish him well. However, the Department of Defense's lack of transparency surrounding his absence is very concerning. Critical communication breakdowns like these could have disastrous results and put our men and women in uniform at risk. To ensure America remains capable of combating threats wherever and whenever they occur, we not only need an unparalleled fighting force, but also a strong chain of command among our military's leadership that cannot be compromised. That's why I introduced the Securing the Chain of Command Continuity Act alongside my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Congressman Davis of North Carolina, to prevent any similar chain of command breakdowns in the future and preserve the integrity of our national security. My bipartisan legislation would amend existing law to require all members of the National Security Council to notify the Executive Office of the President, the Comptroller General of the United States, and to each chamber of Congress within 24 hours of any planned or emergent medical incapacitation. In the event this notification does not occur, a comprehensive report must be submitted, providing transparency surrounding the incapacitation or related notification failure within 30 days. At a time when our service members are facing lethal attacks from our adversaries overseas, my bill will help ensure a continuous chain of command so that our military and national defense systems can operate seamlessly in case of an emergency and achieve mission success. It is my goal in Congress to advance legislation that protects our country, our citizens, and our men and women in uniform. That's why I drafted this national security bill in a way that all common sense members can support no matter which side of the aisle they are on. I was pleased when the Securing the Chain of Command Continuity Act was passed unanimously out of the House Oversight Committee in February, proving just how nonpartisan this effort is. I want to thank Congressman Davis for his partnership with me on this critical issue. The world is a dangerous place. We cannot afford a lack of transparency from our senior military leaders. We must preserve the integrity of our national security, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense, bipartisan legislation that will keep our country and our military men and women safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member Raskin. I rise in support of H.R. 6972, the Securing Chain of Command Continuity Act. As a proud United States Air Force veteran, I join my colleague, Representative Kiggins of Virginia, who also served our country in uniform, to introduce this bipartisan bill. If we have learned anything from the past several months, it is indeed we are in a more dangerous world. As tensions and threats rise across the globe, timely responses are vital to safeguarding the American people and saving lives. Congress must require National Security Council agencies to provide a notice of the incapacitation of their agency heads within 24 hours. That's reasonable. This requirement for our nation's leaders is a minimum expectation to ensure transparency and accountability. The American people deserve nothing less. Thank you. I support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from North Carolina for his eloquent remarks, and I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, my friend, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Letourneau. Mr. Speaker, I spent over 25 years in the United States military. I've designed elements from as large as a SEAL team down to a small tactical unit. And the first thing that you establish is something called CCIRs, Commander's Critical Information Requirements. And the first one is, where's the commander? Is the commander in place and able to make decisions? And unfortunately, the most powerful Department of Defense in the history of the world led by Lloyd Austin, failed to do the most simple task that is required of any commander, and that is to inform the commander-in-chief of your presence. This, to me, is another sign of an incredibly incompetent Department of Defense and the Biden administration's inability to lead and protect this nation. I am so thankful that my colleagues across the aisle have identified this also. And they know that the Biden administration must be held account for their lack of leadership in protecting the United States of America. It is unquestionable that the world is a much more dangerous place under the Biden administration and under Secretary Austin's leadership of the Department of Defense. So again, I would like to thank my colleagues from across the aisle for this bipartisan effort to hold the Biden administration accountable and to make sure that any member of the National Security Council who is incapable of performing their duties is informing the president in a timely manner. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kansas.
I'm prepared to close.
And
Gentleman
I'm
from
prepared
Kansas
to close
reserves.
as well.
Gentleman from
Thank you
Maryland is
kindly.
recognized.
You know, we had such a nice bipartisan spirit going. I almost want to bite my tongue, but I do have to respond to the last speaker who took a gratuitous shot at President Biden and the Biden administration, which has moved very quickly to get behind this legislation and to address this gap in the law. We do need to always establish the chain of command, and we need to know, as the gentleman from Wisconsin was saying, where is the commander-in-chief? Where is the leader? And that was the question everybody was asking on January 6th when this institution, this body came under brutal, merciless attack by a mob incited by the former president. And nearly 150 of our police officers were wounded, brutalized, and hospitalized in that attack. And everybody was asking this very question the gentleman from Wisconsin was asking, which is, where is the commander-in-chief? Where is the leader? Where is the National Guard? So I'm sorry to have to make that refutation of the last interjection by the gentleman from Wisconsin. And again, I want to thank Mr. LaTurner for the bipartisan spirit with which he brings this legislation forward, and I strongly support it. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
We were so close, Mr. Speaker. So close. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense government transparency bill to address a relevant national security concern. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6972 as amended? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7219 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7219, a bill to ensure that federal agencies rely on the best reasonably available scientific, technical, demographic, economic, and statistical information and evidence to develop, issue, or inform the public of the nature and basis of federal agency rules and guidance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, the Information Quality Assurance Act. Each year, thousands of regulations are imposed as an added burden on the American public. The Code of Federal Regulations in which these rules are housed spans 243 volumes that contain over 180,000 single-spaced pages. Agency guidance explaining these regulations to the public likely spans millions more pages. If we must have rules imposed by federal regulatory agencies, we should, at the very least, ensure that regulatory agencies rely on the best available information. Unfortunately, agencies frequently do not rely on the best available information to create their regulations. Year after year, the federal courts are clogged with litigation brought by regulated parties who point out that federal agencies have acted based on flawed information. Over the years, Congress has tried to improve this situation. In 2000, Congress enacted the Information Quality Act, which charged the Office of Management and Budget and each federal agency to adopt guidelines to assure agencies relied on high-quality information. In 2015, Congress enacted the Foundations of Evidence-Based Policymaking Act, expanding on the Information Quality Act to further ensure agencies use high-quality information. Still, disputes continue to arise over whether regulators are basing their decisions on the best quality information available. Every year, courts strike down agency rules that do not rely on adequate information. Every year, agency guidance that does not rely on the best information forces regulated parties down pathways that do not make sense. The Information Quality Assurance Act takes several major but straightforward steps to solve that problem. For the first time, it requires that information on which agencies rest their rules and guidance be best reasonably available information. It also includes several additional terms to make sure agencies are finally held to that standard. This legislation will improve the quality of agency decision-making, improve the acceptability of new rules and guidance, and avoid the need for many disputes over agencies' use of information to go to court. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I thank Representative McLean and Representative Porter for their work on this important bipartisan legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I rise in support of the Comment Integrity and Management Act. Technological advances have expanded access to federal agencies' online rulemaking dockets and have made it easier for the public to comment on proposed rules. And that's a very good thing from the standpoint of transparency, accountability, and deliberation. At the same time, in some recent high-profile rulemakings, agencies have received an extraordinarily high volume of completely duplicative comments, which has created some challenges for agencies in processing them and managing their online rulemaking dockets. I'm sure members are familiar with receiving a standardized message hundreds or even thousands of times from constituents or people across the country. This bill is designed to help agencies manage such mass comments and computer-generated comments submitted in response to proposed rules. It's not intended in any way to discourage mass comments, which are indeed a vital part of the regulatory process. The bill would simply allow agencies to post a representative sample of mass comments, but if they choose to do that, they would also be required to post the number. Hold that thought, if you would, Mr. Speaker. Okay. I was describing the next bill. Forgive me, we got our papers confused here. So keep that in mind. I like that one too. The Information Quality Assurance Act is bipartisan legislation introduced by Representatives Porter and McLean, and I commend them for their work on it. It would require the Director of OMB to update guidance issued under the Information Quality Act. That guidance is more than 20 years old, and much work's been done by Congress and the executive branch on these issues in the interim. The Evidence-Based Policymaking Act, the Data Act, and the Open Government Act are just a few new laws requiring updated guidance. Updated guidance would enable agencies to better ensure the quality of information and evidence used in promulgating regulations. The new guidance would ensure that the best reasonably available scientific, demographic, economic, financial, and statistical information is relied on during the regulatory process. The bill also continues the practices of the Information Quality Act that allow for public input on the information submitted and mechanisms for OMB to report any complaints to Congress. I want to thank the majority for working closely with us and the administration in crafting this bill. The result is strong, and I fully support it. Thank you, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman for making that mistake so that when I make it here in a few bills, it'll be easier for me. I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, my friend, Ms. McLean.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be the sponsor of H.R. 7219, the Information Quality Assurance Act. I'd also like to thank Representative Katie Porter for partnering with me on this important piece of legislation. From my time in business, I can tell you American employers and workers cannot afford for the federal government to impose new regulations and guidance on them that are misinformed, misconceived, and quite frankly, backed by bad data. Regulations like that only harm the American people. They needlessly drain employers' resources, kill jobs, and cede economic victory to Americans' other competitors like China. The same can be said of ill-informed and ill-conceived agency guidance. When the agency's guidance rests on flawed information, it risks sending regulated parties and their resources down rabbit holes just to avoid the threat of misguided agencies' enforcement actions. One of the most important ways we can make sure the federal government does not issue ill-informed regulations and guidance is also, quite frankly, one of the simplest. It is to require that federal regulators to be based on new regulations and guidances on the most reasonably available information. My Information Quality Assurance Act does just that. It requires three simple things. First and foremost, it requires agencies to use the best data possible in drafting legislation. This includes data on the impacts the regulation will have on the American people. Second, it requires the agencies to make public in a timely fashion any model, methodology, or source of scientific, technical, demographic, economic, or statistical information upon which it intends to utilize the rulemaking. And third, it makes sure the public has a chance to question whether that information is the best that's reasonably available. With these three simple common sense reforms, we can make sure the federal regulatory systems avoid a mountain of mistakes that would unfairly burden American people. And that is what our job in Congress truly is making the government more efficient so that we can help the most amount of people. By making these three simple changes to how agencies utilize data, we can achieve that simple goal and make life better for people in this country. And it's clear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle agree. This bill passed through Oversight Committee with unanimous, be careful, listen for it, with unanimous bipartisan support. That is the kind of thing this country needs right now. I am proud to lead this bipartisan bill to improve the way our government works for generations to come. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is
I'll
recognized.
reserve, and I'm ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Great. Despite the fact that I didn't know we were on this bill originally, we are in very strong and unanimous support on our side of the aisle for this, and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to ensure that agencies rely on the best reasonably available information to create their regulations. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7219 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Bill is passed. Does the gentleman rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
Thank you. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7528 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7528, a bill to amend Section 206 of the E-Government Act of 2002 to improve the integrity and management of mass comments and computer-generated comments in the regulatory review process and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every American deserves the opportunity to participate in our political system, which includes sharing their views on agency rulemaking. Agencies are required to provide an opportunity to participate in rulemaking by submitting written views or data on draft rules. Recent advances have expanded the ability for the public to comment on proposed rules electronically. However, agencies may struggle to manage computer-generated or mass comments. H.R. 7528, the Comment Integrity and Management Act, provides additional support to agencies navigating these new challenges by allowing them to the flexibility necessary to manage electronic comments. The bill requires agencies to verify that any comment submitted electronically has been submitted by an actual human. The bill also provides agencies with additional authorities to assist in processing and analyzing mass comments submitted electronically. It requires agencies to identify, to the extent practicable, if the comment is a mass comment and indicate this identification on any publicly available copy of the comment. This bill also requires agencies to establish and make public any policies they have regarding how they will handle computer-generated and mass comments in the rulemaking process. Further, this legislation requires the Office of Management and Budget to issue implementing guidance to agencies and requires the Government Accountability Office to submit a report to Congress. It's time that our federal agencies adapt their processes to accommodate the latest technologies. I thank Representative Clay Higgins for his idea and work in developing this forward-thinking legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I rise in support of the Comment Integrity and Management Act again. As I was saying, I was very eager to support my friend Mr. Higgins' legislation here. The basic issue is that it's gotten easier for people to post comments online in a rulemaking, and that's a really good thing because it means that the process of implementing regulations is more accessible, it's more transparent, it's more open, it's more participatory. But a number of the agencies have found, I think, what members of Congress have found, which is sometimes you get the same paragraph 100 times, 1,000 times, 3,000 times, and this bill would simply allow agencies to post a representative sample of mass comments like this, but if they choose to do that, they still are required to post the number of such comments received so that the volume of public sentiment is still fairly and effectively registered. And the bill would also require agencies within 1 year to establish policies for handling computer-generated comments, which is a growing concern to manage with the recent remarkable advances in artificial intelligence. But I'm eager to hear from Mr. Higgins because I view his legislation as one that supports the administrative rulemaking process, which is so much under attack these days. There are people who say we shouldn't have rules and regulations, but of course the way our system works is that in Congress we pass laws on things like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, but we don't get into all of the fine details. That's left to the executive branch to do a rulemaking, and then that too is an open process where people can register their concerns and send comments in. And we just want to make sure that that process continues to operate effectively and is not overwhelmed and overburdened by AI and just by computer duplicated comments. So I thank Mr. Higgins, I thank Chairman Comer and his staff for working with our side to address some of the concerns we had with the original language. I understand the administration and some outside groups have also registered some concerns about the legislation that have been addressed. We've worked with them and our majority counterparts to incorporate their feedback into this revised version of the bill. I'm pleased to support the bill at this time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas, and I appreciate the commentary of my friend and colleague, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Representative Raskin. It may interest you, Mr. Speaker, to know that Representative Raskin and I have worked in a spirit of mutual respect and camaraderie for 8 years now, and we have enjoyed many vigorous debates in this body, and I find it encouraging that he has risen enthusiastically now twice in support of my bill. I rise in support of H.R. 7528, the Comment Integrity and Management Act. This bill is essential in the digital age where our constituents engage with us more and more through electronic means. It seeks to safeguard citizens' First Amendment right to participate in the federal rulemaking process. This participation includes the invaluable process of submitting public comments on proposed federal rules and regulations, comments that help shape the very fabric of our governance. With the advent of digital technology and the rise of artificial intelligence being of increasing import, the channels for such participations have expanded, providing broader access, but also introducing new challenges. These challenges include computer-generated comments, which can obscure genuine public input and hinder our agency's ability to gauge public sentiment effectively. The cornerstone of this bill is its commitment to ensuring that every comment submitted by electronic means comes from a real person, not an automated program. By requiring human verification, we're taking a significant step towards preserving the authenticity of public input. Furthermore, the Comment Integrity and Management Act equips our agencies with the flexibility and tools necessary to efficiently manage the comments they receive. This includes the authority to identify and process computer-generated and mass comments, ensuring that they are handled transparently and effectively. Additionally, the legislation directs the Office of Management and Budget to issue guidance on best practices for managing electronic comments and mandates a report for the United States Government Accountability Office on the prevalence and impact of computer-generated comments. I urge my colleagues to recognize the importance of adapting our processes to the realities of the 21st century. It is imperative that we ensure every American is heard and that genuine public input is not drowned out by the noise of automation. This bill represents a good government approach to embracing technological advancements while safeguarding the principles of public participation and transparency in the rulemaking process. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm ready to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman. Yes. Oh. You are recognized to close.
Great. Now, I just wanted to salute the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana for making the administrative rulemaking process up to date and rapid and transparent and effective for all of us so we can keep it going. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7528 helps ensure every American is heard and not drowned out by an influx of computer-generated comments. I encourage my colleagues to support this necessary legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7528, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7527 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7527, a bill to direct the United States Postal Service to issue regulations requiring Postal Service employees and contractors to report to the Postal Service traffic crashes involving vehicles carrying mail that result in injury or death and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7527, which requires U.S. Postal Service employees and contractors to report traffic crashes that result in injury or death to the Postal Service. Last year, the Wall Street Journal published an article alleging that the Postal Service contracted with low-cost trucking companies that did not follow highway safety regulations. They also reported that postal contractors have been involved in car crashes that have killed 79 people in the last 3 years. To conduct oversight of this important topic, Congress needs to be informed. The Mail Traffic Deaths Reporting Act requires the Postal Service to report to Congress any traffic crashes that result in injury or death. Under the bill, Postal Service employees and contractors will have 3 days to report a traffic accident to the Postal Service. These reports will include, at minimum, the date, time, location, nature of the crash, information identifying the contractor, and number of injuries and fatalities. The Postal Service will maintain a comprehensive internal digital database of this information. The Postal Service is also required to compile a publicly available report summarizing annual stats related to injuries and death from traffic accidents. I thank Representative Connolly and House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer for bringing this necessary legislation to the consideration of the House. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you kindly. I want to rise in strong support of this legislation introduced by Mr. Conley. Between 2021 and 2023, trucking drivers contracted by the Postal Service were involved in at least 68 different traffic accidents, and 79 people were killed in them. On February 27, 2024, the Postal Service Office of the Inspector General found that the Postal Service failed to record all mail transport accidents in a central database, including accidents involving trucking driver contractors. As a result, the Postal Service failed to have a complete understanding of traffic accidents and the comprehensive safety performance of its mail transport drivers. With this new information from the IG, it's clear that the level of fatalities across this period could have even been higher. The Mail Traffic Death Reporting Act, the excellent bill brought forward by Mr. Conley, would resolve these serious oversight deficiencies by increasing transparency and comprehension, understanding of the full scale of mail transport accidents, and ultimately improve safety for postal transport drivers and for the public. The bill would require all Postal Service mail transport drivers, including 4,600 postal trucking contractors, to adhere to a range of reporting, tracking, and accountability measures. I thank Subcommittee Ranking Member Jerry Conley from Virginia for his great leadership in strengthening Postal Service mail transport safety. I'm pleased to support this legislation, and I'll yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member, and the Republican manager from Kansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Mail Traffic Deaths Reporting Act. This necessary bill, which I'm co-leading with my distinguished colleague, the chairman of the Oversight and Accountability Committee, Mr. Comer, has strong bipartisan support. It passed through our committee 40-0. I'm thrilled the chairman and I could partner to write and introduce the Mail Traffic Deaths Reporting Act, which requires the United States Postal Service to collect, track, and report on serious crashes and fatalities involving vehicles transporting U.S. postal mail. The chairman and I have both met with the families of truck crash victims. We've heard their painful stories, and we're committed to stopping preventable tragedies involving mail transport. These families turned advocates welcome this legislation, which is endorsed by the Truck Safety Coalition. In June of 2022, the Godine family was traveling back to their home in Gillette, Wyoming. Traveling behind the family on I-25 as they passed Greeley, Colorado, was a freight truck, a contract freight truck carrying U.S. mail with the U.S. Postal Service contract. The truck's brakes were out of alignment. It was uninsured, and its driver had no commercial driver's license. When that truck carrying U.S. Postal delivery material slammed into the back of the Godin's family vehicle in an instant, Mr. Speaker, 3 generations of Godin were killed. They lost their lives, including a 3-month-old baby, Tesley. Safety concerns about freight contract trucking practices at the Postal Service have been increasing ever since. Between 2020 and 2023, as has been noted, at least 79 people have been killed in crashes involving trucks contracted by the Postal Service. The true number is higher because just last year we learned that the Postal Service did not report serious crashes involving its trucking contractors. That revelation raised serious questions about safety oversight by the USPS involving their contracted vehicles, including the troubling allegation that the Postal Service is managing truck freight operations which do not adhere to legal and common sense safety standards. The Postal Service has, for example, set delivery schedules requiring drivers to exceed hours of service requirements and has selected carriers with extensive records of safety violations. It would look like there's no vetting of these contractors at all. Between December of 2020 and December of 2022, the Department of Transportation identified a frightening 466 Postal Service trucking contractors that had high rates of violations related to driving hours. In 2021 and 2022, 39% of trucking companies carrying U.S. mail by contract violated rules meant to prevent driver exhaustion and did so repeatedly. Between 2017 and 2022, one single trucking group contracted by USPS had broken those rules 200 times plus. When I asked the Postal Service for the number of deaths involved in the contracted transport of mail, the Postal Service said they didn't have that information because they did not collect, monitor, or report such information. Imagine that comfort to grieving families. That was until, of course, May of 2023, when I asked the Inspector General of the Postal Service to look into this issue. And all of a sudden, the Postal Service responded by establishing an ad hoc, centralized reporting mechanism for serious and deadly crashes involving postal freight contractors. At the USPS, OIG stated in its report, and I ask unanimous consent to be added into the record, this past March, that while a welcome step, the Postal Service still does not have a single written policy requiring the tracking of trucking contractor accidents and fatalities. After all of this, the OIG's #1 recommendation was that the Postal Service fix this serious safety oversight immediately, and that's what we're doing today. Our legislation would codify the #1 recommendation of the OIG to begin to improve USPS freight trucking safety and to provide accountability. This bill will maintain an internal database and I hope will lead to reforms by the Postal Service and save lives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Kansas closing. Maryland recognized.
But I just wanted to pose a couple of questions to my colleague from Virginia in a colloquy. Mr. Connolly.
How much time does he have?
Is it the case that rules that would clearly apply to USPS trucks carrying postal mail have not been applied to the contractors?
I think that's a fair conclusion.
So, in other words, the postal truck drivers who are working for the Postal Service, they have to have all the proper licensure and all the proper certification and training. Presumably the brakes are checked on their trucks, but because of the contracting out, they somehow have been able to escape all the rules we have with respect to road safety?
I think, again, that's a fair conclusion, Mr. Raskin.
All right. Well, look, I just want to, again, commend you for bringing this to public attention. That's an extraordinary number of people to lose their lives on the road to private contractors who seem to have completely escaped the grasp of the rules that have been adopted under the Postal Service. And we know that the Postal Service traditionally has taken a far more serious interest in public safety and the public welfare.
If I may say to you, Mr. Raskin, what's so troubling is these are 100% preventable tragedies. Not one of these lives had to be lost, but for the callousness and lack of regard at the Postal Service in vetting freight contractors.
All right. And with that, I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman closes. Gentleman from Kansas. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is excellent bipartisan legislation with Congress acting just as it should to address a serious public policy problem. And let's hope that we pass this quickly, the President signs it quickly, and we don't lose any more Americans or Postal Service workers on the road. And I thank you and urge everyone to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Postal Service is tasked with the challenging job of providing fast, reliable mail service nationwide. While they do so, their safety should be prioritized. I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense bill that increases transparency into the Postal Service's safety record to improve the public safety throughout our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7527 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7525.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7525, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to issue guidance to agencies requiring special districts to be recognized as local government for the purpose of federal financial assistance determinations.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7525, which establishes a definition in law for special district and clarifies that special districts are eligible to receive federal financial assistance. Many Americans receive essential services through special districts, units of local government authorized under state law to deliver specific services to communities. There are approximately 35,000 special districts across the country in every single state. Some examples of special districts are ambulance service districts, drainage districts, emergency service boards, and flood control districts, to name a few. These special districts provide critical services to mostly rural communities across the nation. The Office of Management and Budget already recognizes special districts as units of local government, similar to townships or villages. Yet special districts often struggle to compete for or access to federal funding. The Special District Grant Accessibility Act works to solve this problem and ensures that special districts are on equal footing with other units of local government. This bill requires the Office of Management and Budget to issue guidance to federal agencies emphasizing how special districts should be recognized as a unit of local government. This legislation is supported by the National Special Districts Coalition. I thank Representative Fallon and Representative Peterson for their work on this important bipartisan bill, which impacts nearly every congressional district in our nation. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7525, the Special District Grant Accessibility Act is a bipartisan measure that takes a positive step forward, ensuring that federal policy better reflects the complexities of local governments and how they work. Congress confronted these complexities when it acted and to send aid to local governments during the coronavirus pandemic. This included committees Democrats' historic work with the Biden-Harris administration to provide $350 billion in direct financial assistance to more than 30 governments across the country, the vast majority of which were small local governments, and many of whom received significant assistance for the first time. This bill would provide further clarity around special districts, a special unit of local government. According to the National Special Districts Coalition, there are roughly 35,000 such special districts across the nation that play an important role in delivering essential services like wastewater treatment and fire protection to millions of Americans. Special districts have reported challenges when trying to access federal funding opportunities and have indicated that a unified federal definition of quote, special district, unquote, would help clarify how entities can best assist local communities through federal assistance programs. To address these concerns, H.R. 7525 would codify the definition of the term and direct OMB to clarify how federal agencies can recognize special districts as units of local government for the purpose of being eligible for federal grants and other federal assistance. Congress and the federal government must continually work to ensure federal assistance programs are authorized, funded, and implemented to best address the needs of local communities. This should include careful consideration of the intricacies of local governments and a rigorous commitment to ensuring federal assistance promotes equal opportunity for everyone. I appreciate Subcommittee Chairman Pat Fallon and Representative Brittany Peterson for their excellent bipartisan work and support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, my friend, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, my good friend from Kansas as well. I rise today in support of H.R. 7525, the Special District Grant Accessibility Act, introduced by myself and my colleague, Representative Peterson from the Centennial State of Colorado. Mr. Speaker, special districts are a type of local government authorized by state law which deliver specialized services to specific communities that would otherwise not be provided. In rural areas, for instance, special districts may provide fire protection, mosquito control, ambulatory services, etc. Special districts also occur in urban areas and can provide airport, road, and transit services. According to the National Special Districts Coalition, as my colleague, Mr. LeTurner said, from Kansas, there are about 35,000 special districts in the country, and they're in every state. In Texas, we have over 3,300 districts providing all manner of government goods and services. Yet, as these lesser-known units of government, special districts have struggled to consistently access federal financial assistance. H.R. 7525 would remedy that and would emphasize that special districts are units of local government and are therefore eligible for federal financial assistance by establishing a definition in law for special districts and requiring the Office of Management and Budget to issue guidance to federal agencies as well as grant issuing agencies. This bill also requires an OMB report to Congress on the agency's implementation and conformity to the guidance. Again, I'd like to thank Representative Peterson and the bipartisan coalition of members who co-sponsored this bill. I encourage a yes vote, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas reserves.
I have no further speakers, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Special District Grant Accessibility Act, and I want to thank my colleague, Representative Fallon, for your leadership and bipartisan collaboration on this bill. I also want to thank the advocates who raised this concern with our office and give a huge shout out to my team for doing the work to get it to this point. Special districts are local governments that are created by the people for a community to deliver specialized services. There are 35,000 special districts across the country, and this includes providing services ranging from drinking water and wastewater management to healthcare, transit, natural resource conservation, and much more. This bipartisan bill will ensure federal policies better reflect the complexities of local government by creating a federal definition. I didn't realize that there were so many barriers at the local level to actually drawing down those federal funds when it comes to community block grants, child care services, and even transportation needs. We also saw significant barriers when it came to the pandemic and the ARPA funding that was going down to help support communities through that difficult time. So we know that this is a very important, it is a small step forward, but it's going to make a big difference for people across Colorado and the nation, and I urge your support. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I support H.R. 7525, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill to emphasize that special districts are eligible for federal financial assistance. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7525? All those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are... For what purpose, gentleman from Kansas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays being requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2073 as amended.
The clerk will read the bill. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2073, an act to amend Title 31 United States Code to require agencies to include a list of outdated or duplicative reporting requirements and annual budget justifications and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, numerous laws require federal agencies to produce thousands of reports, with a single report costing tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars. While many reports help inform Congress and the public, some are outdated and duplicative. With nearly 100 agencies issuing annual reports as required under law, there is a great opportunity for cost savings and improving government efficiency by addressing outdated reports. Agencies are already required to compile lists of the reports they generate, but this information is not included in an agency's annual budget document, which Congress scrutinizes on an annual basis. The Eliminate the Useless Reports Act requires each agency to identify and reduce the frequency of duplicative or outdated reports in its regular budget justification documents. This bill would increase government efficiency and save taxpayer dollars by eliminating unnecessary reports. I would like to thank Representatives Garcia and Grothman for their leadership on this issue, and Budget Committee Chairman Arrington for his collaboration with the House Oversight Committee for advancing this bill today. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan common sense bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S 2073, and I want to thank my colleague from California, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, for introducing the House Companion to Eliminate Useless Reports Act, the companion to the Eliminate Useless Reports Act of 2023. I'm proud to support this bipartisan legislation. The accumulation of outdated and redundant reports is something that the Oversight Committee has tried to deal with several times over the past few decades. The Eliminate Useless Reports Act takes an innovative approach. It would establish clear procedures for federal agencies to request the elimination or modification of duplicative or outdated reports in their annual budget justifications. This would ensure that the correct committee of jurisdiction with the appropriate expertise considers this request. This bill would better inform Congress and the executive branch and ensure that agencies are not wasting time or resources on redundant or archaic reports. I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from the District of Columbia reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks. I think we'll get this done in less than 5 minutes. As has been pointed out, anybody around here a while knows that frequently when a bill passes, we include requirements that an agency provide reports. It looks another way for a congressman to pass a bill is just to pass a freestanding bill that requires another report. Obviously, these reports aren't cheap. Spends a great deal of hours as the agencies compile the reports. It's time to have a look at these reports and see how many are necessary and how many we can do away with. The President's most recent budget request identified 53 reports that were outdated or duplicative. Some examples: Department of Commerce report on business licensing activities in Iraq. This report was signed into law in 2003 during the start of the Iraq War. As our presence there diminished, the need for regular reporting on Iraq-bound business licenses has outlived its usefulness. A Department of Labor report on community college and career training grants. Another report, outdated. The authorization of the appropriations has expired. No funds have been appropriated for this program since 2014. Nevertheless, the requirement for the report lives on. An annual FTC report on the market concentration of the ethanol industry. The FTC has submitted the report every year since 2005, but each and every year the ethanol market has not been overly concentrated. Entry into the market is easy, and the present circumstances do not justify a presumption that a single ethanol producer could set prices. In other words, the usefulness of the report is no longer in existence. The Eliminate Useless Reports Act simply requires each agency to identify and recommend eliminating, modifying, or reducing the frequency of duplicative reports. Recommendations from agencies will be considered by the relevant committees so they can take appropriate legislative steps. This bill would increase the efficiency of identifying outdated or duplicative reports. This bill would increase, I'm happy to co-lead the House version, nice bipartisan effort with my oversight subcommittee colleague, Congressman Robert Garcia from California. I'm also thankful for the bipartisan Senate co-sponsors of this bill, Senators Ossoff and Langford. I urge adoption of Senate Bill 2073, an important bipartisan step towards improving the efficiency of federal government. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Kansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge support for S2073, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from District of Columbia yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill that will increase government efficiency. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2073? Those in favor say as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7524 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7524, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to require the submission of reports on certain information technology services funds to Congress before expenditures may be made and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentlewoman from District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7524, the GSA Technology Accountability Act. The General Services Administration's Technology and Transformation Services, or TTS, manages several federal technology projects and initiatives. These projects and initiatives are mostly funded through 2 funds, the Citizen Services Fund and the Acquisition Services Fund. There is little transparency, however, into how money from these funds is allocated and what TTS is doing with its resources. This bill requires the administrator of GSA to submit an annual report to Congress regarding each program funded by the Citizen Services Fund and some programs funded by the Acquisition Services Fund. This annual report will include information about funded programs, projects, and initiatives, and reimbursements associated with each program. This bill provides much-needed transparency into TTS programs and technology-related projects. I thank Representative Pete Sessions, Chairman of the House Oversight Committee Subcommittee on Government Operations and the Federal Workforce, and Representative Jerry Connolly for their work on this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support this common-sense bill to increase transparency and provide additional oversight of taxpayer dollars. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support, in support of GSA Technology Accountability Act. I thank my colleagues, Representatives Comer and Chairman Sessions, and their staffs for their partnership and collaboration on this bill. I'm pleased to support the updated form of this bill. The bill would bring increased transparency to some of the General Services Administration's leading programs that are funded by the Federal Citizen Services Fund and the Federal Acquisition Fund. As GSA continues to make the technological advancements that allow the American people to securely access government services, this bill will allow Congress to fulfill its vital oversight responsibilities. Once again, I thank my colleagues for working with us to address GSA's concerns about the original legislation and ensure that this bill allows for increased transparency without creating unnecessary administrative burdens. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Texas, my friend, Mr. Sessions.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished gentleman, my friend from Kansas. I would also like to thank my colleague from the District of Columbia representing the minority or the Democratic Party on the Government Reform and Oversight Committee. Today, I rise in support of this bill. It's a bill that we've written. We've tried to make it bipartisan, and we've tried to include ideas from a number of people that were on the committee. As the chairman of the Government Reform and Oversight Subcommittee on Government Operations and the Federal Workforce, we worked together, not only holding hearings, but discussing need for transparency and better technology for projects from the General Services Administration. As it stands now, the government's internal technology consultancy is mostly opaque in its operation, resulting in the lack of competition and a few instances of serious failures from the GSA's products. And those are products that were developed in-house. Last year, the GSA Inspector General reported that login.gov, a GSA product that was intended to be a single sign-on solution for the federal government and government agencies, was intentionally misleading federal agencies about its technical capabilities and ability to actually authenticate the users. In other words, Mr. Speaker, as people came in to do business with a government agency, GSA had a front to that would with the surety tell that agency wherever they were going with great likelihood exactly who that person was. This subversion left government websites exposed to fraudulent users and removed a critical barrier for criminals to improperly claim government benefits. In other words, they said that it contained certainty about who that person was that came to them, to where those agencies then did not need to do further investigation to make sure who was seeking government benefits. While we do not currently know the total amount of fraud that was committed because login.gov did not provide adequate system security that it was required and stated that it was prepared to do. So, we do know that the American taxpayer was on the hook for hundreds of billions of dollars, up to $400 billion in fraud from various COVID relief programs. Each of these agencies counting on the person that they were speaking with, to, and in contact with were the correct person. The central tactic used in this was identity theft. It was fraud. In order to prevent such fraud in the future, federal systems must have to identify verification capacities and how they intend for them to work. Instead, the GSA marketed and federal agents paid for an identity verification system that was either not present and certainly did not work. It left the door wide open for criminals pretending to be someone else to steal benefits, to steal information, and otherwise compromise government systems with a false identity. Last year, the Committee on Government Reform and Oversight Subcommittee, which I chair, held a hearing, and it was a bipartisan answer that we came up with. It's a problem. So I appreciate my colleagues, including the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, his support of this legislation, but certainly back in the committee as we brought this bill forward, it was a bipartisan answer that no matter whose fault it was, it needed to be fixed. We looked at it, I think, the same way, and I'm very proud of this committee, and I'm very proud of my colleagues, the Democrats, the minority party, for working with us just like it was a part of their responsibility, which it was, and I totally support that. So, with login.gov, the technology transformation service failed. Now we're going to provide the transparency that's required in this bill. I'm very proud of this work that was done on a bipartisan basis.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman
And I reserve.
back. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this bipartisan bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense bill to increase transparency and provide additional oversight of taxpayer dollars. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7524 as amended? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose, gentleman from Kansas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 272.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 272, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to authorize transportation for government astronauts returning from space between their residence and various locations and for other purposes.
The rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 272, the Astro Act, which will stream... And first of all, let's give respect for the name Astro Act. That's, as far as the names go of bills, that ranks way up there as far as the ones I've seen. So high compliments. This will streamline a burdensome administrative process regarding government-provided transportation for astronauts returning from spaceflight. When astronauts return from space travel, NASA provides them with home-to-work transportation so that the agency can monitor, evaluate, diagnose, and provide these brave men and women with medical treatment until they are medically cleared to drive. Under existing statute, NASA's authorization of this transportation for the astronauts must include concurrent reports to Congress with details about the authorized transportation. Reporting in this manner can be challenging to NASA as it can make it difficult to maintain up-to-date authorizations as crew members are replaced or reassigned to different missions. The Astro Act will amend current law to enable NASA to authorize the use of official transportation between residence and worksite without such unworkable reporting requirements. However, the bill maintains appropriate congressional transparency by requiring NASA to provide Congress with an annual report on its use of this new authorization. I thank the sponsor of the bill, Congressman Babin, for his work. I also thank the Science Committee for its bipartisan support of this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The Astro Act would give the administrator of NASA the authority to allow astronauts returning from space to receive home-to-work transportation from the agency. Such transportation is currently permitted only on a case-by-case basis and must report to Congress. This bill also requires NASA to report annually to Congress on the use of this authority. These seem like reasonable changes to me, and I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from the District of Columbia reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, my friend Dr. Babin.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 272, the Astronaut Safe Temporary Ride Options Act, or for short, Astro Act. As the bill's sponsor, I would also like to thank Chairman Comer for his help in getting the bill to the floor. One of the great honors associated with serving as the chairman of the Subcommittee on Space and Aeronautics is having the opportunity to meet our astronauts preparing to go to space, hear from them after they return from their missions. And the Astro Act is a result of these conversations and NASA's advocacy for increased astronaut safety. The brave men and women who wear the iconic blue flight suit risk their lives to advance America's leadership in space. We owe it to them to ensure that when they return, from long-duration space missions, their recovery and their health studies are not hampered by bureaucracy. The space environment poses significant medical issues, such as osteoporosis, muscle atrophy, broken bones from re-entry, vision and ocular changes, and disrupted equilibrium, which prevent astronauts from being able to drive when they come back home. However, NASA astronauts' participation in physiological research and longitudinal studies upon their return from space informs future exploration efforts and how we treat the future astronauts. And it is imperative that they get these things checked. The Astro Act streamlines the approval process for astronauts to receive transportation to and from their home and the Johnson Space Center for doctor visits until they are medically cleared to resume driving. There are no costs associated with this bill, but rather a significant paperwork reduction is in the approval process. Additionally, my bill provides transparency by requiring NASA to send an annual report to Congress on how this authority is used in the future. Astronauts' health data acquired by the Johnson Space Center upon return from space is invaluable. This bill ensures hassle-free transportation to and from these important medical evaluations so that we can appropriately study the impacts of space exploration on the human body. And as we prepare to go to the moon and farther onto Mars and beyond, it is incumbent upon us to streamline operations to enable discovery and innovation. America has long been the leader in space exploration, and we must remain there. And we will continue to push the bounds in our universe outward. I want to thank Congressman Jeff Jackson for co-sponsoring this legislation bipartisanly, as well as Chairman Comer and Chairman Lucas for their support. And I want to urge my colleagues to please support this bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While it may sound like a mundane problem, the underlying need for this bill is anything but that. We owe it to these courageous men and women who leave behind families and friends to spend months in space, to cut through the red tape and take care of them upon their return. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 272? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Gentleman from Kansas, seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 17, during consideration of H.R. 3354, Representative Wexton of Virginia be permitted to use a medical assistive communication device while under recognition.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3354.
Report to the bill. Title of the bill.
H.R. 3354, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 220 North Hatcher Avenue in Purcellville, Virginia, as the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright Post Office Building.
For the purpose, pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Purcellville, Virginia, for former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Secretary Albright was born in Prague in 1937 and immigrated to the United States with her family in 1948. In 1993, President Clinton appointed her ambassador to the United Nations, a position in which she served until her appointment as Secretary of State in 1996. The first woman to be appointed to that position and the highest-ranking woman in the history of the U.S. government at that time. For 50 years, Secretary Albright resided in Loudoun County, where this post office is located. I ask my colleagues to support this bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3354 to designate the facility at the United States Postal Service located at 220 North Hatcher Avenue in Purcellville, Virginia, as the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright Post Office building. This legislation, introduced by my tremendous colleague, Representative Jennifer Wexton of Virginia, would designate a post office after former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Secretary Albright fled communist rule under Czechoslovakia and immigrated to Denver, Colorado in 1948. She committed herself to a life of public service, including working for the U.S. Senate under then-Senator Edmund Muskie, and later served the Carter administration as a White House staff member and a staffer of the National Security Council. Secretary Albright was appointed by President Clinton as ambassador to the United Nations in 1993 and was a critical force behind the expansion of NATO to, quote, build for the very first time a peaceful, democratic, and undivided transatlantic community. She was committed, end quote. She was committed to democratization and security of European nations that escaped Soviet rule. Secretary Albright is remembered as an important force behind the global fight against climate change, including by supporting the ratification of the Kyoto Protocol, an international treaty to fight global climate change. This protocol was eventually adopted in 1997, and I now yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Representative Wexton, for any remarks she may have.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last year I was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. PSP makes it very difficult for me to speak, and I use an assistive app so that you and our colleagues can understand me. I am proud to be here today speaking in support of my bill to rename the Purcellville, Virginia Post Office, in honor of my former constituent, the late Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who chose not to have her mail delivered to her rural western Loudoun County farm, but instead became a fixture at the post office that will bear her name. Secretary Albright was a fearless trailblazer for women and a devoted public servant who touched the lives of so many whom she taught, mentored, and worked with, including me. Her relentless defense of democracy and advocacy for human rights, inspired by her own lived experience fleeing Nazi persecution, made her an icon here at home and around the globe. It is my honor to lead this legislation to celebrate her historic life and legacy here in Virginia's 10th Congressional District, where her farm is located, and where she spent as much time as she was able. Secretary Albright once said the greatest honor of her life was representing the United States of America, a sentiment I am sure we all share as members of the House of Representatives. Throughout her life, Secretary Albright received numerous accolades and awards, including the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2012. I am honored that the Virginia delegation and I can bestow this posthumous honor on Secretary Albright and her family and help ensure that her legacy continues to live on in Virginia for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to vote for this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Columbia, or District of Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring an American leader. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3354? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gentleman from Kansas seek recognition.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested, and those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing to be counted. A sufficient number having risen, and yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7423.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7423, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 103 Benedette Street in Rayville, Louisiana, as the Luke Letlow Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentlewoman from District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Rayville, Louisiana for Congressman-elect Luke Letlow. Letlow was a native Louisianan who attended Louisiana Tech University, where he was a member of the Louisiana Tech College Republicans and the Louisiana Federation of College Republicans. As a young college graduate, Letlow was a staff member for former Congressman John Cooksey and Ralph Abraham, as well as Governor Bobby Jindal. In 2020, Letlow launched a successful bid for Louisiana's 5th congressional seat. He was set to be sworn in to the U.S. House of Representatives on January 3, 2021. Sadly, he passed away from complications due to COVID-19 on December 20th, 2020. I support naming a post office in memory of Congressman-elect Letlow, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. And I would say on a personal note that I consider it a loss to me and to my colleagues to not have the opportunity to serve with Mr. Letlow. We would have been sworn in to Congress on the exact same day. But I am grateful, however, to get to serve along his wife, Julia, and get to experience him through the memory of her and their 2 beautiful children, Jeremiah and Jacqueline. I'm honored to get to manage the Republican time on this bill today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3354 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 220 North Hatcher Avenue in Purcellville, Virginia, as the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright Post Office building. To designate the facility at the United States Postal Service located at 103 Benedette Street in Rayville, Louisiana, as the Luke Letlow Post Office building. Congressman-elect Luke Letlow was poised to represent Louisiana's 5th legislative district after winning the special election seat when he tragically passed away from complications of COVID on December 22nd, 2020. He is remembered by his congressional colleagues for his staunch commitment to public service. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Congressman-elect Letlow by naming the post office at Rayville, Louisiana after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Columbia reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to yield 5 minutes, or however much she needs, to the gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow.
The gentlewoman from Louisiana is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend. I rise today to voice my support for this bill and also to express to the House the heartfelt gratitude of Luke's family, his friends, and all who loved him. My husband was someone I knew to be a truly exceptional and gifted individual. Luke's purpose was always driven by people, and his passion was public service. Luke was the kind of person who would never meet a stranger, who would only meet a stranger, and just a few minutes later could walk away having established an enduring friendship with them. Mr. Speaker, I can't even begin to count the number of people who called, texted, emailed, or wrote me letters in the days after we lost Luke, telling me how he had touched their lives. Throughout his career, I saw so many times when he would spend hours on the phone talking to local mayors and police jurors about the problems in their communities, showing them the same care and attention that he would give if it had been the governor of Louisiana or the Speaker of the House on the other end of the line. As I travel the 5th District to this day, I still meet many of those same people who fondly remember those times that he helped them. But what was different about Luke, and one of the incredible things that set him apart, was the fact that his mind was like an atlas, encyclopedia, and historical narrative of our little corner of Northeast Louisiana. He not only knew the people, he not only knew their concerns, he knew their stories. He could drive through those little small towns all over our region and show you where Ulysses Grant and his troops had prepared for the attack on Vicksburg, where Theodore Roosevelt had gone hunting for the famous black bear, and where Huey and Earl Long played as young brothers and later campaigned for votes as governors. But there's no place that Luke loved more than his own Richland Parish, the home for the Letlow family for 8 generations. His story was deeply rooted in the fertile soil of the Delta, which gave name to his pet project, Richland Roots, a website he created to tell the stories of Richland Parish and its rich history. He would spend countless hours researching the past of the towns and villages of the parish, the landmarks, the churches, and yes, even the post offices. You see, Luke understood that all over Richland Parish, there were these little pieces of the past that were left with us, containing both the stories and the lessons from those who came before us. Now, he'll receive his very own landmark, a little piece of Richland Parish, to help tell his story. It's my hope, Mr. Speaker, that one day another history-loving kid from Richland Parish will see that post office and learn about Luke's story. I hope they'll learn about how his journey took him from the back roads and small towns of Northeast Louisiana to the corridors of the United States Capitol in Washington. I hope they'll learn about how he dedicated himself to the people of our region, working every single day to make their lives better. I hope they'll learn about the fact that even though he was never able to serve as a member of this House, the men and women who served here thought so highly of him that they bestowed this high honor. Mr. Speaker, when Luke's light would shine on you, it was impossible to feel anything other than his warmth and love. He had a way of making you feel exceptional, and I know that to be true for every person in his life. It is what I miss the most. Luke may be gone, but his light will never leave us. I see it every day in the faces of my children, my son Jeremiah and our daughter Jacqueline. I see it every time I go home and I drive those back roads in Richland Parish and see the places that he loved so much. But by bestowing this honor on him, you're ensuring that his name and his legacy will live on long after all of us are gone. So I ask my colleagues to join our majority leader and our Louisiana delegation in supporting this bill on behalf of Luke's family and his friends and all who loved him. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentlelady from Louisiana, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from District of Columbia reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, our majority leader, Mr. Scalise.
Majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend from Kansas for yielding, and especially having Julia Letlow, our colleague here. It's bittersweet for us in the Louisiana delegation, for all of us in Congress, those of us who knew Luke, and I got to know him so well over so many years, to those who didn't know him but were getting ready to serve with him. Literally passed away days before getting sworn in after being elected. as a member of Congress. But it's Luke's journey, it's Luke's story that we're here to celebrate today, and ultimately which will live on at the Luke Letlow Post Office in Rayville, his hometown. He was born in Start, Louisiana, in Richland Parish, and it's there in Richland Parish that this post office that we're dedicating is hopefully going to be enjoying a formal ceremony with all of us and the whole family. But when I think of how I first met Luke, it was when he was working for Bobby Jindal. And as Julia said so eloquently, Luke's whole life was dedicated to public service. When he graduated, he immediately was an intern for Congressman Cooksey and came up here, and I think probably got the bug a little bit, but ultimately got the bug to serve other people. And Luke did it so well. He served other people with joy in so many different roles. After he worked for Congressman Cooksey, he then worked for candidate Bobby Jindal. That's when I got to know him. And no harder worker than Luke Letlow, but also no happier person. He was always happy, always had a smile, always just wanted to do the best he could. Win the day was Luke's term, and he would just work incredibly hard for whoever he worked for. Bobby ultimately won that seat in Congress, and Luke became his district director. And the district director is the person who covers the district, does so many of the unheralded things that those of us members of Congress deal with, and the people that call us, and we just call our district director and say, can you take care of this, and can you see if we can help that person out? And that was really where Luke thrived the most. And then ultimately, he went into the private sector, but was called back yet again when Ralph Abraham ran for Congress, and Luke served as his chief of staff. And Ralph had set a term limit on himself. And when the term limit hit, Ralph stepped down from Congress. And at that point, that's when Luke made the decision, here's my moment, do I do this? And ultimately, he decided to run. I remember he and I spoke when he chose to get into the race as a candidate. And I knew he was going to do well. I could just tell because he was a natural. He was a natural with people. He actually cared about people. And it's hard to be in this line of work without caring about people. But he had done it in so many other roles for so many other people. And finally, when it was time to run himself, he did it with the fervor that you would expect. He never slowed down every single day. He worked so hard. I know for those of us who have gotten to know Julia so well, the family is what always came first to Luke. And he wanted to be known really first as a husband and a father. And he did both of those jobs incredibly well, exceeded, I'm sure, what anybody would have expected. But the legacy that I think we all really remember of Luke here is that of a public servant. When you hear all of the things that he did in his life, he was somebody who just wanted to serve other people, and he did it so well. I think the hardest part for me is after he had gotten elected, we talked a lot because he was so eager to get ready for this new role, this new career, to come up to Congress and do something that he had thought about doing for so long, a role he had played helping so many other people who served in Congress. But now this was the time where he was going to start his new career. And he was talking about what committees he wanted to get on. And in fact, in the days before he passed, the last conversation I had with him was about him talking to me about what committees he wanted to be on and how he wanted to best serve that district and all of the parishes. It was a very large, sprawling district, and yet he couldn't wait to serve in that capacity. And that was the conversation that we had, and you never thought someone so young and so vibrant could leave us so early. I tell you, for Julia, we're all so proud of you and just the strength that you've shown in these years since. We call Julia our steel magnolia because She has represented the family incredibly well, and she's represented Luke's legacy incredibly well, because while he never got the opportunity to serve himself as a member of Congress, he served. He served the state of Louisiana. He served the United States of America in so many different roles. And I consider him a colleague, because we talked about what that would be like so much. And I just think this is one way we can pay tribute to Luke's legacy of service, to name this post office so that people, when they're carrying out their daily chores and going to check their mail or send an important note to somebody, they can just look up and think about what Luke meant and what they meant to Luke, because he really did care about the people that ultimately he worked for and that he was going to represent in Congress. So with that, I think on behalf of the whole delegation, and I know others are going to be speaking as well, but the legacy of Luke Letlow will shine on for a long, long time, but it's what he represented, and that spirit, that just strong, positive energy every single day to win the day, is what I will always remember about Luke Letlow. And so I urge all of my colleagues to pass this bill and look forward to that ceremony where we get to truly be in front of the whole family, paying tribute to a man who lived a life of public service. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I want to thank our majority leader and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is reserves, and the gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor and privilege to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson.
The Speaker is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 7423, a bill to designate United States Post Office in Rayville, Louisiana, after our dear friend and our former Louisiana 5th District Congressman Luke Letlow. In December of 2020, Luke tragically passed away just days before taking his oath of office and serving here with us in Congress. We were all devastated, and he was in the prime of his life, 41 years old, with 2 beautiful children and a lovely wife, Julia, who is one of Kelly and I's favorite people in the world. He had spent his entire professional career serving the people of Louisiana in the governor's office and our congressional delegation, and there was no greater ambassador of Louisiana culture and values. And I have no doubt that he would have been a leading member of our delegation and of Congress. Luke was a native son of Start, Louisiana, a town of just a few hundred people nestled outside of Monroe in northeast Louisiana. And it was there that he developed what was truly a servant's heart. He had a peaceful, easygoing nature. Everybody loved him. Whoever held his attention was the most important person in the world at that moment. Luke listened first, and then he acted, a quality this town could use a lot more of. He was passionate about Louisiana, about our issues like agriculture and energy, and more than anything else, his beautiful family. I don't remember having many conversations with Luke that did not involve his family because he was so proud of them. I know he's smiling down upon his wife, Julia, our extraordinary colleague who's been such a tremendous asset to this institution and a great champion for our state. Those 2 beautiful children, Jeremiah and Jacqueline, who have become fixtures around here, are blessed to have incredible role models as parents. I'm grateful to our entire Louisiana delegation for joining together in this effort, and I'm grateful for the idea that we've had here. I'm grateful for the comfort of knowing where he is. And by passing this legislation, the Rayville community will continue to honor the life and legacy of a great American and a great Louisianian. I look forward to its swift passage. I yield back.
The Speaker yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had prepared remarks, but let me just speak from my heart. It's a beautiful gesture that this body can name a post office after our friend and colleague Luke Letlow in honor of his service and his dedication to his state and his community and his country, to children of God across the world. Luke was a very special man. It's a gesture to the American families from sea to shining sea which has suffered loss, including my own. Today, we stand in support of the love of family. And we extend the heart of our nation by naming one of our oldest institutions, a microcosm of what America is, Postal Service. To name a post office after Luke is to honor not just his family and his wife, our colleague Julia, but it's to honor all American families. And I thank my brothers and sisters of this august body for allowing this moment where we cherish what it is to be an American, to serve our country and our fellow man, to be part of a family, and to remember those that we've lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas reserves, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge the passage of H.R. 7423, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, which rightly honors the life and legacy of a great man, Congressman-elect Luke Letlow. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7423? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose, gentleman from Kansas, seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7219 and H.R. 7225. Oh, I'm sorry, H.R. 7525. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman of Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7219 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7219, a bill to ensure that federal agencies rely on the best reasonably available scientific, technical, demographic, economic, and statistical information and evidence to develop, issue, or inform the public of the nature and losses and basis of federal agency rules and guidance and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 364. Vote, the yeas are 377, the nays are 4. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House. Oh.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Kristen Zabrowski-Savitsky and Mr. Raymond J. Rowley III, Co-Executive Directors, New York State Board of Elections, indicating that, according to the unofficial results for the special election held on April 30th, 2024, the Honorable Timothy M. Kennedy was elected for Representative to Congress for the 26th Congressional District of New York. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from New York, the Honorable Timothy M. Kennedy, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to his election.
Without objection, will Representative-elect Kennedy and members of the New York delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect All members having risen, the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, you're now a member of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Dean of the New York delegation, it is my distinct honor to rise today to introduce Congressman-elect Tim Kennedy. I can think of no better person to represent New York's 26th Congressional District and succeed our friend Brian Higgins than Tim Kennedy. As a lifelong resident of Buffalo who grew up in a blue-collar family, Tim embodies the values of hard work, family, and fighting for the little guy that makes Western New York so great. As a New York State Senator for over 13 years, Tim has been a formidable advocate for our region. As chair of the Senate Transportation Committee, he secured a historic $100 million for the Niagara Frontier Transportation Authority, helped deliver record investment for our roads and transportation networks, and spearheaded legislation enhancing transportation safety and accountability. Beyond transportation, Tim has been a longtime champion for Western New York's workforce and economic development, which is evident through his support for the Northland Workforce Center and the revitalization of Buffalo's iconic Central Terminal. As he steps into his new role, I speak on behalf of the entire New York congressional delegation. We are confident that Tim Kennedy will continue to fight tirelessly for the prosperity and safety of our community. And now, I yield to our newest member, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Congressman Nadler, my colleagues in the New York delegation, Mr. Speaker, and Leader Jeffries. I stand before you humbled by the opportunity God has given us to be together in this moment. This awesome and magnificent responsibility that's been granted to me by the people of Western New York. I'm grateful to those that have entrusted me with their vote and their confidence to represent our beloved Buffalo-Niagara region in the United States Congress. I want to take a moment to recognize my family who's here with me, my wife Katie, our children, Connor, Aaron, and Patrick. I also want to recognize my parents, Martin and Mary Kennedy. And my in-laws, Dave and Jane Turk. My brother John also made the visit down along with many other family members and friends. I'm grateful that they can all join us here today. Looking down on us, our baby angel Bridget, along with so many other family members and friends who have passed on, whose spirits remain with us here today on this auspicious occasion. They're no doubt toasting and celebrating in the heavens above. Calling Buffalo, New York, and America home were the O'Briens and O'Donohues, Wilsons and Flynns, Dobmeyers and Stearns, McCarthys and Duffys, mixed all together, and the result is a Kennedy. I hail from the city of good neighbors, the community of good neighbors, the original home of the Seneca Nation of Indians, the village of Buffalo, burned to the ground by the British in the War of 1812, rebuilt and incorporated in 1832. The western terminus of the Erie Canal, helping to transform our nation through improved commerce. A border community with our greatest ally, Canada, to the north. A region surrounded by Great Lakes, and in between, one of the greatest wonders of the world, Niagara Falls. The grandeur of the falls is only surpassed by the people who have defined the region around us. Today we stand as a community of patriotic citizens who've always championed democracy and freedom. From the days of serving as a final stop on the Underground Railroad to the Niagara Movement, the precursor of the NAACP, which was formed in our community. The equality and justice these leaders strove for over a century ago is yet to be fully achieved, and there is still so much more work to be done. In Buffalo, Niagara, we walk in the footsteps of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Mary Talbot, Shirley Chisholm, and so many other civil rights leaders, and in their spirit, we march on. It was Niagara Falls that made Buffalo the city of light. And while we've seen our share of darkness, Buffalo is seeing resurgence that generations only dreamt of. as a melting pot of ethnicities and cultures are helping to redefine our region, and an economic renaissance has taken hold. We're a working class community with a belief in achieving a better life and the American dream through education, honest, hard work, and perseverance. I believe the character traits that define us in the Buffalo-Niagara region are the same ideals held by all Americans. I believe the hope we hold as a Western New York community in achieving our greatest potential is shared equally by all communities across our country. I look forward to working with you to change our country for the better. I'm hopeful that we in this chamber can demonstrate leadership on a world stage that our fellow Americans can be proud of. And I wish to thank, once again, the people of Western New York for having faith in me to lead our community and our country in the United States Congress. God bless us all. God bless America. I yield back.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentleman from New York, the whole number of the House is 430. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7525, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7525, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to issue guidance to agencies requiring special districts to be recognized as local government for the purpose of federal financial assistance determinations.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Vote. The yeas are 352, the nays are 27. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 34 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, concurrent resolution establishing the Joint Congressional Committee on the inaugural ceremonies for the inauguration of the President-elect and Vice President-elect of the United States on January 20th, 2025.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the current resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 35 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 35, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda and Emancipation Hall of the Capitol by the Joint Congressional Committee on the inaugural ceremonies in connection with the proceedings and ceremonies conducted for the inauguration of the President-elect and the Vice President-elect of the United States.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized. The gentleman from Utah will suspend. Members of the House, the House will be in order. The gentleman from Utah, you may proceed.
We rise before you today with heavy heart as we mourn the loss of a true American hero, Sergeant Bill Hooser. In the line of duty, Sergeant Hooser demonstrated unparalleled courage and commitment to serving our communities. His dedication to protecting and serving the people of San Quentin, Utah was unwavering, yet his life was cut short in a senseless act of violence, a tragedy that took him from us far too soon. Sergeant Hooser's sacrifice serves as a stark reminder of the dangers our law enforcement officers face each and every day. They put their lives on the line to keep us safe, to uphold justice, and to maintain law and order. Sergeant Hooser exemplified the very best of that high and noble calling. Let's remember his bravery, integrity, selflessness. We owe it to Sergeant Hooser, his family, and all those who wear the uniform to ensure that their sacrifices are never forgotten. We must stand together as Utahns and as Americans in support of our law enforcement officers. May God bless Sergeant Hooser. May he comfort his family in this time of grief, and may he watch over all those who will continue to serve on the front lines of law enforcement. And now for a moment of silence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Burgess. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if you'd like to let those folks in the back know, we still have a few more seats down front if they're congregating back there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This May is National Missing Persons Month. Over 600,000 people go missing in the United States every year. Tens of thousands of these folks remain missing every year. Law enforcement officers work hard to solve these cases as quickly as possible, and I want to thank them for all they do to find these people and try to ensure their safety. Congress should do everything it can, though, to help the men and women in law enforcement do their jobs and bring these people home. That's why I joined Congressman Joe Neguse in leading a bipartisan bill to improve reporting requirements for individuals who go missing on public lands. This bill, called the TRACE Act, enhances reporting requirements with the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System so investigators across multiple agencies, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, multiple agencies have access to all the important information to catch criminals behind people's disappearance. No missing person case should go unsolved just because investigators couldn't easily access the information they need. Improving the way our agencies record and share case details could save lives, Mr. Speaker. 600,000 missing persons is too many. One missing person is too many. We should do all we can to find them and help them get home safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much. For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I recognize the Monterey High School boys basketball team for winning the 2024 Division IV California State Championship. The Toradors are the second basketball team ever from Monterey County to win a state title, and Mr. Speaker, this one was special. Throughout their season, the Toradors were determined to be victorious. However, after winning their league title, they actually lost in the sectional playoffs. Nevertheless, due to their overall performance during the year, the Toradors were given an at-large invitation to the state playoffs and the 14th seed. Although they weren't happy with that ranking, they were thrilled with the opportunity to show that they were better than that and played with a huge chip on their shoulders. They beat the 3rd seed, they beat the 6th seed, they beat the 2nd seed, they beat the 4th seed, and yes, eventually Monterey High Toradors beat the number 1 seed to capture the state championship. It's historic wins like that, it's teams like this, and it's the attitude that they had that defined determination. So congratulations to Coach Daniels and the determined Toradors for their historic victory and for making California's 19th Congressional District very proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Donald Liebram Jr. Don, a native of Columbus, Georgia, graduated from Columbus High School and went on to attend the University of Georgia. Don played football for the Bulldogs, winning an SEC championship in 1959 and the Orange Bowl in 1960. After his impressive career at Georgia, Don joined the family business, Georgia Crown Distributing Company. Don worked his way up to become the president of Georgia Crown, where the company saw continued success under his leadership. In 1992, he became chairman of the board of the company. Don also served 5 consecutive terms on the University System Board of Regents after he was appointed by Georgia Governor Zell Miller. This included time as Regents chairman from 1994 to 1995. Outside of his professional career, Don was known as a generous and kind man. He was a founding member of the University System of Georgia Foundation, as well as a member of numerous professional, civic, and social organizations. Don was larger than life. He positively impacted everyone he met, and he will be sorely missed by all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute. To revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on National Nurses Day, let us honor the unsung healthcare heroes. They hold hands, wipe tears, and offer comfort to our families during the most difficult times. Nurses are the heart and soul of our healthcare system, dedicating themselves tirelessly to the well-being of others. They work long hours, sacrificing time from their own families to ensure that ours are taken care of. Their commitment goes beyond the confines of the hospital walls. Today, let us take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to these remarkable healthcare professionals. Nurses, you are the backbone of our communities. And on this National Nurses Day, we honor and celebrate you. To the nurses of Eastern North Carolina, thank you for your selflessness, courage, and unwavering commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to alert this House of the actions of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which seem to be vindicating the claim made by Peter Navarro that he is being held as a political prisoner. I've been trying for 5 weeks to be able to interview Mr. Navarro. And there are provisions that ought to allow this, and I was informed directly by Director Peters, who runs the Bureau, that that request would be denied. And the reason it's being denied is because Peter Navarro is too notorious to be interviewed by a member of Congress. John Gotti was interviewed when he was in prison. The QAnon shaman was interviewed in prison. Director Peters herself brought NBC News through prisons to showcase the work of corrections that's being done. So I think there is something else afoot here. Mr. Navarro, I'm being told, is not being allowed to access his attorney, and it is because it is shameful what has been done to Peter Navarro based on a sham January 6th committee and a sham indictment and a sham conviction that we ought to work to remediate immediately upon President Trump's rightful and righteous return to office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Baron Lamont Jones of Albuquerque, New Mexico, a cherished son, brother, friend, and determined advocate. For those who knew Baron, they know his story and the unimaginable adversity and indomitable spirit and sense of humor that lit up a room, and the life that he built committed to advocacy and lifting up the voices of those who were formerly incarcerated in our community. Baron's work advanced the fight for justice and equity in the criminal justice system while working at the ACLU, was instrumental in the passage of the New Mexico Civil Rights Act and the New Mexico Voting Rights Act, among many other legislative victories. I join Baron's family, and especially Heather, his partner of 32 years, his many friends, ACLU New Mexico, and so many others who are grieving and celebrating his life. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the men and women in the nursing profession. This week is National Nurses Week, and every year from May 6th through the 12th, we celebrate the work and contributions nurses make in the healthcare field. National Nurses Week ends on Florence Nightingale's birthday, the founder of modern-day nursing. Prior to serving in Congress, I spent nearly 3 decades in the healthcare profession, and there I worked closely with nurses and saw firsthand the care and the compassion that they showed their patients. Nursing is a science and an art reserved for those who are the most caring, giving, and passionate about helping others. Nurses provide their patients and families with comfort, compassion, guidance, and care. Mr. Speaker, we should always thank our nurses for their hard work and dedication, and please join me in recognizing nursing community this week. We should all be grateful for their commitment to caring for others, especially during these trying times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Representative. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate and recognize Quinion Mitchell, a cornerback from the University of Toledo. Quinion was recently selected by the Philadelphia Eagles with the 22nd overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Northwest Ohio is undeniably proud of Mr. Mitchell. He became the first Toledo Rockets selected in the first round in 31 years. Mr. Mitchell was the first defensive back taken in this year's draft, and he also became the first UT player ever named as a semifinalist for the Chuck Bednarik Award given annually to the nation's top defensive player. His selection in the draft now marks 3 straight years that a Toledo player has been selected by an NFL franchise. And I want to congratulate with heartfelt congratulations, Quinion Mitchell for his remarkable achievements. He truly embodies the spirit of excellence that the University of Toledo and Northwest Ohio strive to achieve. We all know Quinion will continue to make us proud as he shines on the national stage. Go Rockets, go Quinion, go Birds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask permission to speak for a minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
There's been a lot of question as to why President Biden, or a lot of people in my district wonder why President Biden continues to allow over 250,000 people in this country month after month after month. One of the speculations is that he, by letting people in here, eventually Congress will make them citizens, or their children or grandchildren become citizens, and they will change the nature of America. America is, of course, supposed to be a country built for a moral and religious people and a freedom-loving people, people who do not want a big government, people who want to vote for a limited government. It was of great concern that this morning I read an article about what's going on in North Carolina, and they found people who are here not citizens, voting already. This is not surprising, I suppose. I should have thought it in the first place. You're giving a lot of these people driver's licenses. You give them some other form of identification. It's not surprising that some would slip through the cracks and vote before they had a chance to be educated on the limited government that is supposed to be the hallmark of the United States of America. I call on this body to crack down on people who are voting in our elections who are not yet legal citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor and celebrate the life of Sammy McDowell, a community leader, restaurateur, and a friend to all. Sammy grew up in Minneapolis and was a fixture in the community throughout his life. He worked in food service for many years before starting his own catering company and restaurant. In 2012, he opened Sammy's Avenue Eatery on West Broadway Avenue in North Minneapolis, and recently began operating a pop-up restaurant in St. Paul in a space which features Black-owned businesses. Sammy's Eatery has become known for its delicious food that it serves, and over the past decade became an important gathering place for the community. Sammy will be remembered for his generosity towards others. He always went the extra mile to check in on the wellness of his friends as well as his customers. His passion for community and the well-being of others was contagious. I know that the spaces he created will continue to be a source of friendship, inspiration, and comfort. Sammy had an immeasurable impact on our community, and he will be dearly missed by those who knew and loved him. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in request to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize economic development organizations across Michigan and our nation by celebrating Economic Development Week. Every May, we acknowledge the dedication of economic developers to job creation, financial health, and making our communities an even better place to call home. The work done by these economic developers creates new opportunities and lasting impacts on townships, cities, counties across Southwest Michigan. Organizations like Lakeshore Advantage, Cornerstone Alliance, Southwest Michigan First, Market Van Buren, and Battle Creek Unlimited are the standard for economic development in Michigan, thanks to their strong leadership. As a small business owner myself, I understand the importance of creating a forward-looking plan that advances your community's goals and well-being. Mr. Speaker, please join me by celebrating Economic Development Week as we recognize the important contributions of these organizations and individuals striving to make our communities a better place to live, work, and raise a family. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Teachers Appreciation Week and recognize all the outstanding educators across Indiana's 1st Congressional District. As we reflect on the impact that teachers have made in our lives and are continuing to make every day for all our students, I remain immensely grateful for all who have chosen to be teachers and involved in the school system. Because of their selfless passion, their boundless energy, and commitment to inspiration, they are essential to ensuring our future leaders are able to harness their interests and reach their full potential. Thank you to all of the teachers, aides, and assistants, and all the professionals in schools throughout Northwest Indiana and our nation who have dedicated their time and talents to helping students succeed. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative. Members, the chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Davis of Illinois for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
For unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America, these are troubling times. The very fabric of our society is being pulled apart. Violent protests are spreading across college campuses in our own nation. Crime marches unchecked in our cities, and the numbers of fentanyl overdoses rise unabated. And now this, the tragic deaths of 2 of Central New York's finest, their lives taken in the line of duty as they stood in the gap between civil society and chaos. That night, what was another routine traffic stop turned into an unspeakable tragedy. Today, 2 more families endure indescribable pain. Only a few weeks ago, I was right here with my colleagues in this very place to speak in honor of another New York police officer who was killed in the line of duty. Now we are here again after 2 more heroes have been laid to rest in my own district. The names of the officers who were killed are Lieutenant Michael Husak and Officer Michael Jensen. Lieutenant Husak, known to his friends as Hooch, was a husband and the father of 3 young children. He was a great dad, fun, spontaneous, present, and supportive. In 2020, Lieutenant Husak was recognized with the Medal of Valor for his actions confronting an active shooter in Syracuse. He was a decades-long volunteer firefighter and the bomb squad commander in Onondaga County. Officer Jensen was a son and brother with a career of service still ahead of him. Friends and family remember his dedication and his optimism. His mother, Michelle, called him her handsome son. Syracuse Police Chief Joseph Cecil observed, "You could tell he took his responsibility seriously. That is, of course, in between hockey matches." Officer Jensen joined the Syracuse Police Department in early 2022. He served honorably in the Patrol Division on the 3rd Platoon, day in and day out. Last December, he was recognized as Officer of the Month. But just 2 weeks ago, thousands upon thousands attended their funerals to weep together, to support one another, and to honor their service and sacrifice. All decent Americans mourn with the families of these fallen officers. A functioning civil society gives its law enforcement officers the support and tools they need to carry out their work. protecting innocent people and restraining those who do harm to others. I am proud to say that I am pro-police and anti-criminal. When our society loses sight of these basic truths, our worst days follow. To any law enforcement officers watching today, let me say this to you. Don't lose hope. Keep the faith. You hold the fabric of our society together against criminality and chaos. You alone stand between innocent people and those who would seek to victimize them. We need you. We need you. Your vigilance, your tireless service is deeply appreciated, and we weep with you today, and we stand with you every day. This Congress, we have passed numerous bills to support law enforcement. Many, however, inexplicably languish in the Senate, where support for law enforcement has waned. We will not stop until our elected officials are doing everything in their capacity to empower you, our law enforcement professionals, and to support your critical work to protect all Americans. It is my sacred and solemn privilege to welcome and acknowledge Michael Husak's widow, Caitlin. Kate and their 3 beautiful children are with us in the gallery this evening. Would you mind standing for just a moment? Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for blessing us. Today, Kate, this nation honors your brave husband. Kids, this nation is grateful for his noble service. Humbly, I will tell you that we mourn with you and that we recognize your suffering and your sacrifice. May God bless and keep you and watch over each one of you. You will not be forgotten. Since these tragic events just a few short weeks ago, countless members of Congress have sought me out to express their shock and anger and sorrow at the loss of our heroes. And I've invited them to join me in this solemn occasion and will yield as much time as necessary that they may stand with me. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my colleague from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams.
May I put this on the other side?
Do whatever you want. And thank you to my colleagues that join us here tonight to salute 2 fallen heroes. Just weeks ago, we stood on the floor of this great house and saluted another member of law enforcement whose life was taken far too soon by a career-long criminal. And when Jonathan Diller's wife and widow spoke at his funeral, she pleaded with those in attendance and said that just a couple years prior, she listened to the funeral of 2 other NYPD officers who had lost their life to career criminals and pleaded that it wouldn't happen again and asked the elected officials that were in that church to make changes so that criminals did not have the upper hand, so that law enforcement could actually use the tools in their gun belt to effect change and to keep communities safe. And I was joined by colleagues from all throughout the country, again just weeks ago, to salute Detective Jonathan Diller. And sadly, here we are again. paying tribute to Syracuse police officer Michael Jensen and Onondaga County Sheriff's Lieutenant Michael Husak, who paid and made that ultimate sacrifice, who legitimately were standing the line between good and evil, and paid the price with their life on April 15th. And just a couple weeks later, in North Carolina, 4 more law enforcement officers paid the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Joshua Iyer of the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department, Thomas Weeks of the United States Marshal Service, Alden Elliott with the North Carolina Department of Audit Correction, and Sam Paluch of the North Carolina Adult Correction. You see, what's happening is that police officers are dying in record numbers. More than 23,000 members of law enforcement have died in the line of duty since 1786. 136 members of law enforcement died in the line of duty in 2023. And in my home state of New York, and in a department that I was proud to serve for 16 years as a detective, 5,363 of my brothers and sisters were injured on the job in 2023. Our PBA president has called the assault, quote, a full-blown epidemic. Those 5,363 attacks in 2023 was 13% higher than the previous year. And people keep asking, well, why? What's the issue? The issues are that in New York, we have a state legislature led by Democrats who have chosen to put criminals before law-abiding citizens, passing insane laws, cashless bail, criminal justice reform, without ever once having a conversation with the men and women who actually fight crime each and every day, who go out on that street, who put those uniforms on, who pin their shield to their chest, and go out and wrestle career criminals, take guns off the street, close out murders, dismantle gangs. There never once was a conversation with any of them. And what it's led to is a more dangerous New York. What it's led to is a New York where criminals feel emboldened. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you go into stores now in New York and across this country, and there are everyday things that we want to buy. They're locked up. Why? Because criminals are emboldened, because Democrats across this country, and specifically in New York, have failed the American people. They've made our state less safe. But to the family that's sitting in the gallery, realize that you have elected officials, not only in this body, but across this country, who will fight each and every day for our brothers and sisters in blue. And Nicole, Samuel, Gabriel, you may not have your father to walk you to that first hockey game, to that first day of school, to something important in your life, but realize that you have law enforcement officers from across this country who will walk with you each and every day by your side, because that's exactly what we promised when we took our oath. We promised that we would never forget our fallen. And Mr. Speaker, next week, thousands upon thousands of law enforcement officers from around this country will come here to the nation's capital to pay tribute, to pay homage to men and women who have paid and made the ultimate sacrifice. And just weeks ago, they started etching the names of hundreds of members of law enforcement who gave their life in 2023. And etched in one of the statues at our National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial is a quote. And it says, "It is not how these officers died that made them heroes, it's how they lived." So the family of our heroes that are here tonight realize it's not how they died that made them heroes, it's about how they lived. It's about the change they made. It's about the arrests and the criminals that they put behind bars. It's about how they went out there each and every day to make their community that much safer, and realize that we will carry on their legacy forever, because that is our job. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues that are here this evening that haven't worn the uniform, that are speaking out on behalf of all of those that do. Because law enforcement throughout this country needs to hear that they have people supporting them, that will pass legislation to keep them safe and to give them the resources that they need to defend themselves and keep those communities safe. To my colleague from New York, Mr. Williams, thank you for gathering us here this evening to make sure that we pay tribute to the fallen, and I promise you, we will never forget. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. I'm proud to stand with Mr. D'Esposito. He's worn the badge and the uniform and knows of what he speaks. I yield as much time as he may consume. Mr. Sauber from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor all of America's fallen law enforcement heroes. A few weeks ago, as was stated, in upstate New York, they suffered a terrible loss when 2 law enforcement officers were fatally shot while pursuing a driver who fled a traffic stop. And in my home state of Minnesota, we are still mourning the deaths of 2 Burnsville police officers and a firefighter paramedic who were killed responding to a domestic crisis. These men were not only law enforcement officers, they were husbands, fathers, friends, and beloved members of our communities. These tragedies are real reminders of the dangers that our law enforcement officers face every day. We can never take their sacrifice or service for granted. As a former police officer with over 20 years of experience on the job, I have seen and experienced firsthand the violence committed against law enforcement. However, in the years since leaving law enforcement, I have noticed a dramatic rise in violent attacks against America's law enforcement. I am deeply concerned by this troubling trend of violence against those who protect and serve our communities. A recent story published in the Minneapolis Star and Tribune reported that assaults against police in Minnesota are up 160% from 10 years ago. While some are asking why this is the case, to me the answer is obvious. The reckless defund the police movement and other anti-police rhetoric pushed by those on the far left has emboldened criminals, worsening the danger law enforcement face when they put on that uniform. This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I believe that one of the best ways we can honor the law enforcement officers who made the ultimate sacrifice is by defending the heroes who are still doing this dangerous and much-needed job. As extreme politicians in governor mansions, district attorneys' offices, state legislatures, and even here in Congress enact policies that make law enforcement less safe, it is up to the rest of us to utterly reject these ugly attacks on the American law enforcement officer. As we honor those law enforcement officers who have given their lives in service to others, let's also recommit to standing in defense of their brothers and sisters in uniform, now and forever. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Sauber. Thank you for your experience. I now recognize as much time as she may consume my colleague from New York, Ms. Tenney.
Thank you so much, Representative Williams, and we are so grateful to you for doing this. And thank you for organizing this special order on behalf of our fallen heroes and a tribute to Syracuse Police Officer Michael Jensen and Onondaga County Sheriff Lieutenant Michael Husick. I, too, like my colleagues before have mentioned, I just want to thank my colleagues who are here who also answered the call to serve in this very dangerous job that and deserves our respect and our renewed support of them. As we gather here today, just a few weeks since April 14th, the fateful day that these valiant men paid the ultimate sacrifice, and our community continues to mourn their lives and honor their unwavering dedication, selfless service, and their legacies. Lieutenant Michael Husick of Clay, New York, exemplified courage and commitment throughout his 2 decades of service with the Onondaga County Sheriff's Office. A testament to his unwavering bravery, his actions earned him the esteemed Medal of Valor in 2020. As we remember him today, let us not only reflect on his achievements as a police officer, but also on the legacy of the love and devotion to his family he leaves behind, survived by his beloved wife and 3 children. Since Officer Michael Jensen joined the Syracuse Police Department just a few years ago on February 26, 2022, he had made an unforgettable impact on the force and our community. His dedication to duty and exemplary service earned him the distinguished title of Officer of the Month just recently in December of 2023. While his time among us was tragically cut short, his memory will be forever in the hearts of his family, friends, and fellow officers, and everyone in his hometown of Rome, New York, in my former district now represented by Mr. Williams, but a very important part of upstate New York. As we honor their memory, let us also reaffirm our unwavering support for the brave men and women who continue to safeguard our communities each and every day, especially those of the Syracuse Police Department and the Onondaga County Sheriff's Office, who continue to defend our community in the wake of such a tragedy. May the memory of these courageous men inspire us all to strive for a future where our men and women in uniform are not taken for granted, where their sacrifices are honored and their dedication to protecting and serving our communities is met with unwavering respect and the support they deserve. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tenney. I'm so honored to be joined by my New York colleagues and would welcome one more, Mr. Molinaro from New York. You are recognized for as much time as you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, Congressman Williams, for reminding us of the unyielding sacrifice and tragic loss that far too many in law enforcement and their families face far too often in this country. And now to the families of Michael Husick and Michael Jensen, again to honor the memory of their loved one. 2 heroic men in upstate New York who gave their lives in service to a community is not only commendable, it is sadly becoming all too necessary. Yet again, we rise on another night to recognize and to memorialize the lives of 2 American heroes. In this case, 2 officers in upstate New York who gave the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of their community. Yet again, another city and county mourn the loss of one of its finest, 2 of its finest. And yet again, another 2 police officer families suffer unspeakable loss. These 2 men, Michael Husick and Michael Jensen, committed a lifetime of service to Onondaga County and the city of Syracuse in New York. They were routinely carrying out their obligations to a community when yet again, the same headlines we have seen consistently over and over again throughout New York and throughout this country fell victim to an assailant who began shooting at them, killing them both. And the loss of these brave young officers is a tragedy that family, and sadly too many families across New York and across America who see their loved one patrolling the streets, keeping us safe, lives ending too soon, that they will never forget. And it is still a tragedy that should never have occurred. I've spent the last 30 years in service in upstate New York, when the state legislature, led by a single party, and the governor embraced criminal justice reforms. They ignored the very fact that they were making our communities less safe. They ignored that countless members of law enforcement, district attorneys, and those of us who engaged in the criminal justice system for so long said cashless bail would result in a more dangerous community.
Cashless bail would result in more victims being created. Cashless bail would end the lives of law enforcement because it would tie the hands of police officers. They ignored us. And yet, Democrats in Albany and the single-party rule in New York continues to pass reckless policies, just like cashless bail, the HALT Act, Clean Slate Act, and countless other policies that are making it more and more difficult for law enforcement to do their job. And because of it, we have seen not only a rise in crime in our communities, but we have seen an increase in violence committed against police officers and the death of law enforcement officials all too often. How much more would it take? How many more children won't have their fathers to come home to and their moms to love? How many more families have to have an empty chair at the dining room table? How many more police organizations across New York must stand shoulder to shoulder in a somber line, mourning the loss of one of their colleagues, before the state of New York gets serious? Of course we want a system that respects the right of a presumption of innocence. But we need a system of laws that provide the resources, support, and tools necessary for law enforcement to protect us, and so that they may protect themselves as their jobs only get more and more dangerous. I proudly represent communities in upstate New York, just like my colleague, Mr. Williams, my colleague, Ms. Tenney, who want to remind the leaders in Albany, New York, and in Washington, the violence that we've seen and the loss of lives that we experience isn't only occurring in big cities, but it's sadly occurring in communities big and small like those we represent. We have an obligation to the men and women who sacrifice for us to keep them safe. And now we have the families of Michael Husak and Michael Jensen that we owe reforms that make the jobs of the men and women they left behind even safer. And so I again commend my colleague, Mr. Williams, for reminding us of the loss of these two men, the sacrifice they made, and that we are indebted to their families that now live on with great loss. And I hope that their loss is not in vain, and that the message that we get not only from tonight, but from these tragedies that occur over and over again, is that those who are entrusted in states like New York to make laws to keep us safe finally get serious about it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, to those men and women who serve in law enforcement across America and across New York, may you truly, genuinely come home to a community that supports you and families that love you. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Molinaro. I'm again honored to be joined by another veteran of law enforcement, Mr. Rutherford of Florida, to whom I yield as much time as he may consume. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from New York, and I really appreciate you hosting this special hour so that we can recognize the sacrifice of these two men. As a law enforcement officer, my fundamental duty is to serve mankind, to safeguard lives and property, to protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence and disorder, and to respect the constitutional rights of all men, the liberty, equality, and justice. Mr. Speaker, that is the code of ethics for every law enforcement officer across this great country. That is the code and the oath that binds us all together as law enforcement officers. So as a former sheriff, I rise today with a truly heavy heart to honor the life of Lieutenant Michael Husak, of Michael Jensen. And as you've heard, Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, April 14th of 2024, Lieutenant Husak and Officer Jensen were killed in the line of duty while responding to a traffic stop that went awry. These officers' lives were suddenly and viciously taken while answering the call to protect and serve their community. Lieutenant Husak was a brave servant leader, a devoted public servant, father, and husband. He served 17 years in the Onondaga County Sheriff's Office, where he was and served wherever he was needed the most, I'm told. Wherever they would send him, he gave his best. He joined the sheriff's office in 2007, was promoted to lieutenant, and was the commander of his unit's bomb squad. According to those closest to him, if you knew Lieutenant Husak, you felt like you were immediately his best friend. He is survived by his wife, Caitlin, and their 3 children. And I cannot tell you how heartbroken we are for you. Officer Michael Jensen was a lifelong athlete who was also an accountant before joining the Syracuse Police Department. He graduated college with 2 business degrees and answered the call to serve his community less than 3 years ago. But just this past December, Officer Jensen was named Officer of the Month. That's the kind of officer he was. He's remembered for his infectious smile, his personal interactions with the residents throughout the Syracuse community. And my thoughts and prayers are with both officers' families and friends, the Onondaga County Sheriff's Office, the Syracuse Police Department, and the greater Syracuse community as they mourn this great loss. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "The purpose in life is not to be happy. It's to be useful. It's to be honorable. It's to be compassionate. To have it make some difference that you lived and lived well." These fine officers laid down their lives protecting the community that they loved. They lived their lives honorably, with compassion, and dedicated to serving and making a positive difference in the lives of others. Simply stated, Lieutenant Husak and Officer Jensen truly lived well. And I pray that we may all live our lives, that we may all live our lives worthy of their sacrifice. May their service and sacrifice never be forgotten. May God bless them, and may God bless their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I'm proud to welcome another veteran of law enforcement, my colleague from Mississippi, Mr. Zell.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And Mr. Speaker, this April, 2 families received that call that no law enforcement leader ever wants to make. Onondaga County Sheriff's Lieutenant Michael Husak and Syracuse Police Officer Michael Jensen were shot and killed in the line of duty. I rise to honor and remember their legacies and to share my sympathies and my prayers with the loving families they leave behind. As a former sheriff and a 42-year law enforcement officer, I want to make it abundantly clear that the sacrifices made by Lieutenant Husak and Officer Jensen are not in vain. Like countless other officers from upstate New York to South Mississippi, they put on the badge and went out in their community to protect and serve, putting themselves in harm's way because they believed in right and wrong. Mr. Speaker, one of the things you learn very quickly during a career in law enforcement is that the families of our officers serve alongside them. Parents, siblings, spouses, and children each make tremendous sacrifices because of the loved ones' service to their community. And none is as difficult as the sacrifice the families and friends have made of these two heroes. My heart breaks for you and the Onondaga County Sheriff's Office, the Syracuse Police Department, and everyone who had the pleasure of knowing Lieutenant Husak and Officer Jensen. My prayers, as well as the prayers of this body and the entire nation, are with those loved ones as you grieve. Mr. Speaker, it's time for America to wake up. Wake up, America, and realize what's going on in this country. Our law enforcement officers are dying. Families are suffering. But know that we are here with you and will always be as we pray, God bless you and give you comfort. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ezell. Glad to welcome my colleague from Utah, Ms. Malloy, to whom I yield for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express gratitude and reverence to our law enforcement community. Self-governance, like what we have in this country, is a meaningless exercise without the enforcement of our laws. Enforcement of the law requires men and women who step forward, put their lives on the line, and serve as guardians over you, me, and our families. They do this never knowing when they might need to give their last measure of devotion for us. I express my deepest condolences to those who love Syracuse Police Officer Michael Jensen and Onondaga County Sheriff's Lieutenant Michael Husak, who died tragically in a shootout. Over the weekend, as I prepared to rise in solidarity with my colleagues from New York and my colleagues who are veterans of law enforcement, I found out that we had a similar tragedy in Utah. Just yesterday, we lost one of our own officers. Santaquin, Utah Police Officer Sergeant Bill Hooser left behind a bride of 29 years, 2 daughters, a granddaughter, and a devastated Utah law enforcement community. Sergeant Hooser's shift yesterday started like it did probably every day. He couldn't have known this was his last watch. He was tragically killed in the line of duty, the duty of protecting Utahns and our freedoms. My deepest condolences and prayers to Sergeant Hooser's family. We're grateful for what he did in his life. My good friend Sheriff Curtis of Sevier County, Utah, summed up some of my feelings. He said, "When we lose someone who has made it their life's purpose to make a difference for good, we all lose a small piece of who we are as a community and as a nation." So I rise today to make sure that families like the Hooser family in Utah, the family who's sitting in the gallery right now, know that America recognizes and appreciates their sacrifice. I want to thank you on behalf of Utah's 2nd Congressional District and make sure you know that you are not alone. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Fishbach from Minnesota. Thank you for being here. I yield as much time as you may consume.
And thank you, Mr. Williams, for putting together this special order this evening. And thank you to Kate Husak for being here today. I am so deeply sorry for your loss and the loss of Officer Jensen. Every day our law enforcement officers leave for work and their families can never be certain if they will return home. Know that I am grieving with you and praying for you and your family. The increasing violence we have seen against law enforcement in recent years is unacceptable. As Mr. Stauber mentioned, this year in Minnesota, 2 officers and a firefighter were killed when a man they were negotiating with opened fire without warning. And last year in my district, Deputy Josh Owen was killed when responding to a domestic violence call. His name will be added to the memorial next week. Mr. Speaker, the attack on law enforcement must stop. All of these officers gave their lives protecting their communities. Every time we hear another story like this, our hearts break all over again. Our law enforcement deserves our gratitude and our respect. I am so disappointed to see many people, including some in this chamber, trying to make our brave officers into villains. I stand in support of law enforcement, and my Republican colleagues, like you've seen this evening, are doing everything we can to pass legislation to protect and thank our officers. I know that because of this disgusting movement of hatred towards our officers, we must. But our voices need to be strong. We must support law enforcement. I've introduced legislation to encourage the recruitment of the next generation of law enforcement through a grant program. I've supported legislation to empower officers to do their jobs effectively, and I have asked the Judiciary Committee to investigate the weaponization of government against law enforcement. I will continue to do everything in my power to support our police officers because they support all of us. God bless all of our law enforcement officers, and I thank them for the job that they do. And thank you, Mr. Williams, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fischbach. Thank you. I'm pleased to recognize my colleague from New York, Mr. Lawler, for as much time as he may consume. Mr. Lawler.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Williams, for bringing us here today to recognize Lieutenant Michael Husak and Officer Michael Jensen, 2 heroes who gave of themselves in service to our community. As the Bible teaches us, greater love has no man than this, and he laid down his life for his friends. Lieutenant Husak and Officer Jensen laid down their life in defense of our community to ensure the safety and the well-being of our residents. They answered the call of duty and went above and beyond and made the ultimate sacrifice. And it wasn't just a sacrifice they alone made. It was a sacrifice that their families made. To Kate, Nicole, Samuel, and Gabriel, there are no words that will make this better. There are no words that will make this okay. We grieve with you. Our heart breaks for you. And we will be here to support you. This morning, I spent time at the Brinks Robbery Memorial for slain Nyack Police Sergeant Edward O'Grady, Police Officer Waverly Brown, and Brinks Guard Peter Page. Nearly 43 years ago, they were killed in the 1981 Brinks robbery. 9 children were left fatherless. Every year, we gather on October 20th to remember those 2 officers, a security guard who died in that horrific robbery. And every year, one by one, their killers were released. We've seen in New York over the last 6 years, 37 cop killers released. The depraved indifference for law enforcement is unconscionable. Because the reality is, if we don't respect law enforcement, if we don't respect the rule of law, there is no society. The reason we have seen a rapid increase in crime in New York is precisely because there is no respect for the rule of law, and people do not believe there are consequences for actions. Cashless bail will go down as the single stupidest policy that has ever been signed into law anywhere. Since that law took effect, over 40% of those that have been arrested for a felony offense and then released under cashless bail have been rearrested for committing another offense. You look at cashless bail, you look at Raise the Age, the HALT Act, Clean Slate, and the continued parole for unrepentant cop killers. And as a result, we have a lawless society. Last year, $4 billion in retail theft. Why? Because quality of life crimes aren't prosecuted anymore in New York. We let people walk right out the store with whatever they want. The lawlessness must come to an end. The respect for law enforcement, putting victims above criminals, is essential. And without it, we will continue to be in this place where cops are murdered and taken away from their families. That's why, as a member of the state legislature, I introduced a bill that would ensure life without the possibility of parole, pardon, or clemency for killing a law enforcement officer. If we cannot respect our law enforcement officers, if we cannot stand up for them and ensure their safety as they stand up for all of us and ensure ours, then we do not deserve a safe and just society. So to the family of Lieutenant Husak and Officer Jensen, we will continue to fight for justice for you. And to ensure that other families don't have to endure this horrific tragedy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
To the Husak family and to the Jensen family, I promised that those two would be honored by our nation, that they would be honored in this esteemed place. And that you too would be recognized and honored. And I thank you for honoring us with your presence. And I'm grateful to each representative who spoke this evening. Somber times like these invite us to reflect and to take a closer look at many things that so often we take for granted. There exists in this world profound evil, manifesting itself in many ways. What stands between that evil and innocent people? Every single day, the men and women serving in law enforcement across America stand courageously in that treacherous place. As you go about your day in safety and comfort, the vigilance of these men and women may fade into the background, but to them and to their families, the risk inherent in their line of work never fades. They clock in every day with the knowledge that they place themselves in heightened danger whenever they put on that uniform, and they do so for our sake. We are privileged to forget, to enjoy the safety and comfort that are a direct result of their labor. But we are obliged to remember, times like these remind us forcefully, tragically, that evil and danger are ever present, but that heroes still exist amongst us. Heroes like Lieutenant Michael Husak, heroes like Officer Michael Jensen, heroes like every single man and woman behind the badge and in front of all decent folks they protect and serve, and their families. I thank you for joining us today. Thank you. And to America, I would say, if you know any folks that serve in law enforcement, right now is a good time to thank them. Our police officers, firefighters, EMS, and their families dedicate their lives so that we may be safe. Recognizing the commitment and sacrifice they voluntarily make is something we all can and we should do. Words may only accomplish so much, but they do mean something. Convey it to those around you as you see them, that you recognize their sacrifice and that they are not alone and not forgotten. I'll start by thanking Caitlin Husak and her children, Nikki, Gabe, Sam, who I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know today. And thank you for joining us once again. And I humbly speak that for everyone here and for everyone watching, that you are not alone. Mr. Speaker, I've concluded the special orders. I have no further speakers, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We too acknowledge the tremendous loss that the family has incurred, and thank you for your service. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague, Representative Sheila Shurfluss McCormick. For the next 60 minutes, members of the Congressional Black Caucus have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on the topic of mental health, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congress, and the constituents we represent in all of America. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congresswoman Coleman from the great state of New Jersey. Thank you for the Honorable Bessie Watson Coleman. Bonnie Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Illinois. I thank you for organizing this special order hour on what I think is a very important topic. 5 years ago, I founded and chaired the CBC's Emergency Task Force on Black Youth Suicide and Mental Health. Mental health emergencies and suicides among young Black youth have been on the rise, but this troubling trend had gone mostly unnoticed outside of the mental health field. Steadily and quietly, our children were dying, succumbing to depression, anxiety, and loneliness. And so I and several of my colleagues who will speak here tonight came together to get to the bottom of this problem. We brought in experts, including psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, teachers and school administrators, and students to help us paint a picture of this problem. This picture was grim. Between 2007 and 2020, a Black child died by suicide every 3 days. The suicide rate among Black youth ages 10 to 17 increased by a staggering 144%. Among young children ages 5 to 12, Black youth were twice as likely to die by suicide, and the suicide rate for teenage girls increased by almost 7% each year. These findings would make anyone sick to their stomach. It inspired the task force members to write the Pursuing Equity and Mental Health Act, which would surge funding to the National Institute of Health and the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities, and to develop an outreach and education plan to reduce the stigma associated with mental health conditions and substance abuse. Now, flash forward 5 years, and the devastating impact of COVID has brought this crisis to everyone's attention. The social isolation, the constant fear of getting sick, and watching loved ones die have taken an unparalleled toll on all of us. Our nation suffered a collective trauma made up of millions of individual crises. But the pandemic fell especially heavily on Black women. The expectation of Black women to be pillars of their families and communities, combined with the greater likelihood of being essential workers, increased the vulnerability to both physical and mental health problems. As a result, 50% of Black women experience elevated levels of depression, and 20% reported experiencing severe psychological distress. While other groups rebounded steadily after the pandemic, unemployment among Black women stayed high, even increasing at times when overall unemployment was falling. This persistent unemployment created additional stress on already struggling communities. It is our responsibility to ensure that overburdened communities, especially in impoverished urban and rural areas of the country, have access to mental health care. Since the task force was convened, we've addressed bits and pieces of this issue, like improving and simplifying the process of accessing the suicide crisis hotline by calling 988. But so much more work needs to be done. Our children have been given neither the tools to maintain their health nor the care that they need to cope. But it does not have to be this way. Children who have access to help can thrive. They've shown an ability to bounce back and become strong, happy and resilient, to be active and productive in their communities. We have the capacity to create the conditions in which all of our children have a shot at happy, fulfilling lives. So no matter your race, your background, or your gender, each one of us wants, no, indeed, we pray, for our children to grow up healthy. And we must have, and we need, our Black women to be mentally and physically equipped to provide that growth that is so necessary. When we see them struggle, we struggle. When they're in pain, we feel that pain deeply. We know this to be true. Democrats, Republicans, and independents, it doesn't matter what your party affiliation is. And yet here we are, 52 months after the introduction of the Pursuing Equity and Mental Health Act and 7 months after the introduction of the Youth Mental Health Research Act, bipartisan bills to get our children the care they so desperately need, and we still can't come together. Look around the country. People are fed up with this Congress, the least productive Congress in decades. Surely we can come together for the sake of our children. I implore my colleagues to take this situation seriously, to put aside our differences, and to show our children that we care and get them the help that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
I thank the Honorable Congresswoman from the great state of New Jersey in the 12th District, Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman from the great state of Nevada, the Honorable Congressman, Chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, the Honorable Stephen Horsford of the 4th Congressional District of Nevada.
Good evening. Thank you to Congressman Jonathan Jackson for anchoring this important discussion on tonight's special order hour for the Congressional Black Caucus, to you and to Representative Sheila Sherfilis McCormick for your tremendous leadership on all of our special order hours. I rise today with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to recognize the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month. I want to thank Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman for her tremendous leadership on this very important issue, as well as each of our members for their work in addressing mental health, specifically in the Black community. Today, it is estimated that 1 out of every 5 American adults experiences mental health illnesses each year. In the United States, 21% of Black Americans reported having a mental illness. However, just 39% received mental health services. In recent years, the suicide rate among Black youth has been found to be increasing faster than any other racial or ethnic group. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, suicide is now the 3rd leading cause of death for Black male adolescents and young adults in our country. And over the last 30 years, we have seen a 160% rise in the suicide rate for young Black men. The statistics regarding mental health in the Black community is alarming, yet it has received very little attention from this Congress. So it's time for us to address mental health, and in fact, to focus on mental wellness, the same as in any other health issue. It's time to remove the stigma that too often surrounds mental health, especially for members of our community who are less likely to receive mental health care services to begin with. This means addressing the systemic economic barriers our community faces to mental health care services, the lack of culturally competent care, and the root causes of declining mental health, including racism and implicit biases in daily life. High poverty rates, disparate economic participation, and low access to quality psychological and psychiatric services. It also means addressing the lack of diversity in our healthcare system. Often, when Black patients seek mental health services, they prefer a same-race healthcare professional, which are vastly underrepresented in this space. As legislators, we have a responsibility to the communities that we serve to find solutions to long-standing disparities that negatively impact our communities and to ensure that no one gets left out or left behind. And we can see the research is clear and the crisis before us is urgent, and there are solutions. My colleague, Representative Watson-Coleman, discussed just 2 that are bipartisan and have the support of members on both sides. So I know that there are efforts to pass bills in days when the majority wants them to, and we're asking you to make mental health the priority, especially in this month. In order to remedy these disparities, reverse these trends, and to save lives, we have to address them head on by providing access to better and more affordable health care, improving economic conditions in our communities, and moving towards more culturally competent and evidence-based care. We have to take action now. Lives are on the line. It is possible. It can be done. Focusing this month on Mental Health Month, Mental Health and Wellness Month, in a way that lifts up all communities and the services and the support that they need. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank the Honorable Chairman Stephen Horsford from the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Nevada. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman Jamal Bowman from the great state of New York.
Thank you very much, Representative Jackson, for your leadership on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, Prior to coming to Congress, I worked in education for 20 years. I started my career as an elementary school teacher in the South Bronx before becoming a high school dean of students and guidance counselor, before having the privilege of opening my own school and running it as a middle school principal for 10.5 years. The year before I decided to run for Congress, 34 children died within the K-12 school system in the Bronx, and 17 died via suicide. And no one was making the connection between these horrible outcomes for our children and families, the historical neglect and trauma of their communities, and the policy that comes not just from local government or state government, but also from the federal government. As it was mentioned by our chairman, Horsford, it is incredibly difficult to access the mental health resources in historically marginalized communities because of historical underfunding and historical neglect. And so it is tremendously urgent and incumbent upon us here in the House of Representatives to pass transformational, revolutionary legislation as it relates to supporting the mental health of every single person in our country. But we need to make sure that we're not simply passing legislation, but we are also providing the resources and the funding to build out the mental health ecosystem so that we can have more professionals working within the mental health system as professionals supporting the American people, particularly those who are most vulnerable. A couple of weeks ago, we introduced the Access to Mental Health Act, which invests or seeks to invest many more resources into our minority serving institutions, Hispanic serving institutions, and historically black colleges, so that we can build out the mental health programs in these particular institutions. We need more counselors. We need more psychologists. We need more psychiatrists. We need trauma specialists. And we need many more mental health professionals in our schools and in our communities. Now, when we make these investments, Representative Jackson, what we see is a dramatic decrease in the number of people who are incarcerated in our communities, because many of the people who are incarcerated suffer from mental health challenges that have gone untreated. Many of the people who are incarcerated have experienced intense trauma, what professionals call toxic stress and chronic trauma in their lives that needed to be responded to by a mental health professional, but it never was. And as a result, they then commit harm in their communities. When they're going through harm within their own bodies and minds and spirits without receiving the care that they need, they are more likely to commit harm. So investing in our mental health as part, I might add, of a universal health care system dramatically increases the cost for our jail and prison system, increases the cost for our overall health care system, and improves education and economic outcomes. So it's a win, 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 win when we pass legislation as it relates to mental health, and we invest in supporting our children and families with their mental health. And I'll close with this. I mentioned toxic stress and chronic trauma. We have certain communities in our country, rural and urban, historically underserved, historically underfunded, historically marginalized, historically neglected. Those communities, because of lack of access and opportunity, many have been redlined on purpose by this very institution. Those communities, when children are born into those communities, they are much more likely to experience toxic stress and chronic trauma. Do you know when our babies from prenatal to age 3 experience toxic stress and chronic trauma, do you know that the prefrontal cortex of the brain doesn't develop accordingly? As a result, their regulatory skills, as well as their higher order thinking skills, are compromised, which leaves them more likely to experience an adverse mental health event or to be diagnosed with a mental health condition. Makes them more likely. It also makes them more likely to be placed in special education in our school system, and makes it more likely for them to be a part of the school-to-prison pipeline. That's why, my brother, Representative Jackson, it's not just about investing in mental health, it's about investing in universal child care and universal pre-K. Because when we invest in universal child care and universal pre-K, we are ensuring our kids are growing up and are nurtured in the most nurturing conditions imaginable. And they are less likely to experience the stress and trauma that I talked about. And when they don't experience the stress and trauma, their prefrontal cortex develops properly, which leads to better education and economic outcomes and keeps them off the school-to-prison pipeline. So this is a matter of national security, investing in our mental health. Because if we really care about foreign countries and how they're maybe responding to us and spying on us and kicking our butts when it comes to technology, when we invest in all Americans, especially the most vulnerable ones, we're going to have incredible economic, social, and health outcomes on the back end. So thank you, Representative Jackson, for your leadership. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. I now yield back to the good brother from the great state of Illinois.
And I thank you, the Honorable Congressman Jamal Bowman. Thank you for those insightful words. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman from the great state of Rhode Island, Congressman Gabe Amo.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss an issue that is critically important for Rhode Islanders and for all Americans: the need for greater investment in our mental health care system. The topic is timely, of course, especially as we recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, here in Congress, we have a duty and a responsibility to act on mental health. We must both reduce the stigma associated with mental health while ensuring that it is both taken seriously and seriously addressed. That's why I'm proud to join my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus tonight as we shine a light on the current state of mental health in America. Together, we're committed to reducing disparities in access, expanding coverage for mental health care, and reversing trends that have worsened over the past few years. But first, we must be clear-eyed about the numbers. Right now, 1 out of every 5 Americans is struggling with mental illness. Think about that. These are our neighbors, our friends, our coworkers, our loved ones. And yet, as we acknowledge that mental health conditions are far more common than we think, we must recognize that different communities have different levels of access to treatment. As I've said, 1 out of every 5 Americans lives with a mental illness, a number that remains roughly equal when broken down amongst race and ethnicity. However, despite Black communities reporting relatively equal rates of mental illness, the percentages of them receiving mental health services register far lower than their fellow Americans. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that mental health is an issue that does not discriminate. It does not see color or background, and it affects struggling Americans the same. Yet, access to care is not the same for all Americans. Simply put, the barriers are higher for Black Americans, whether it's because of stigma, for seeking help or a lack of accessible and affordable providers. It's clear that we must do more to bring down those barriers. After all, if we are to live up to the words of our founding document, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, then we must close the racial disparities in coverage and treatment, particularly as Americans are experiencing rates of loneliness so high that the Surgeon General has declared it a public health crisis. Congress must lead by example. To that end, I'm proud to lift up legislation that would expand investments for mental health in schools and reduce racial gaps in treatment. I thank Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman for her leadership on this second point. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my home state of Rhode Island as a model to be aware of. Thank you to the work of committed nonprofits like the Mental Health Association of Rhode Island and the National Alliance on Mental Illness Rhode Island. Our state was recently named the 5th best state for mental health care in America, but that's not enough. Over the past year, we've seen enormous progress on this front due to increased state-level advocacy and initiatives that ensure and increase access. And yet, as we highlight these protections being codified into law, we must keep our efforts to closing the equity gaps in our system. Every American, no matter the color of their skin or the background that they come from, deserves to lack that dignity, that respect. Every patient, regardless of what they are struggling with, deserves the support and services they need to live their best lives. By asking and listening to each other, by arming ourselves with the facts, and by using them to push for greater access to care, we can make a real difference in the mental health out of all Americans across our country. So I thank my colleagues again for their leadership and for hosting this critical special order tonight. Representative Jackson, I yield back.
I thank the Honorable Congressman from the great state of Rhode Island, Congressman Gabe Amo. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight because in the midst of the sound and fury of our current political climate, there remains a profoundly unaddressed and underestimated crisis raging in the hearts and homes of this country's African American citizens. It is the melancholy truth that too often what ails the hearts and minds of Black people in this nation goes unnoticed. But thankfully, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we are therefore afforded the rare opportunity to acknowledge and address the mental health of African Americans as we would any other health crisis that threatens our quality of life. And while it is true that the mental health of any community must be of grave importance, since none of this nation's social and economic benefits can truly be appreciated apart from peace of mind. In the case of African Americans, however, the effects of the long history of systemic and outright political terror must be of singular importance. And it must be of singular importance because life has become more complicated, alienation has become more common, and political violence has become more threatening. The times in which we live necessitate a greater emphasis and consideration of the mental health of this country's most vulnerable citizens. At a time when social media proliferates our lives with doom scrolling and mean world syndrome, we would be foolish to underestimate the impact and influence of what living in the digital age happens to be doing to our minds. And so I rise tonight because it is time for us to raise greater awareness about the confluence of mental health issues stalking 2 generations of African Americans like never before. And I rise tonight because we must henceforth remove the stigma of openly dealing with a public health issue we cannot avoid. The time for our accommodating silence must come to an end. The time for us to assign shame is over. And the time for us to portray Black people as superhuman protagonists who move through the American drama unbothered and unaffected must be challenged in every way. Black people are as human as everybody else. We suffer from death, dread, disease, and despair like every other community. We may be strong and we may be resilient, but we are not without the scars and stripes that any community with our history would have to bear. And perhaps there was a time when we were unaware of what the effects of mental health were doing to our very lives and our bodies. But now that we know that 1 out of every 5 American adults are now suffering from some mental health crisis or concern, we know that in the United States of America, 21% of African Americans reported struggling with mental illness. And we also know that 39% of them received the mental health services, did not receive the mental health services that they deserve. Subsequently, it should not surprise us that in recent years, the suicide rate among African American young people has increased faster than other racial or ethnic groups. It should not surprise us that young people across racial lines are suffering with anxiety, various forms of dysmorphia, and other issues at rates never seen before in the long history of this great country. According to the Department of Health and Human Services Minority Office, African American adults are more likely than white adults to report persistent symptoms of emotional distress, such as sadness and feeling like everything is an effort. In fact, according to the same findings, Black adults living below the poverty line are more than twice as likely to report serious psychological distress than those with more financial security. And what this shows us is that the negative mental health of Black people in this country is often the result of a devious and devastating confluence of issues. That is to say, members of the Black community, in addition to dealing with social media, the human predicament, and a history of repression, must also face the kind of structural racism that creates barriers to being able to access the care and treatment they both need and deserve. It is no wonder when only 1 of every 3 African Americans living with a mental illness receive any kind of treatment at all, only 1 in 3. Additionally, in 2020, it was reported that 10% of African Americans still do not have health insurance and are among the chronically uninsured. Even with the Affordable Care Act firmly in place, and thank God that we have it, we must do more to get members of the Black community insured. They need both access and the affordability of care. It should not be the case that just a little over 10% of the Black community still cannot get the required medical services they require. The overall survival of Black people in this country is far too contingent on and tenuous for them not to have this one area of certainty in their life, access to care and mental health care. And needless to say, without insurance, treatment for mental illness is as unlikely as it is statistically uncommon. But these are some of the unique challenges Black people face in an effort to live beyond the choking grip of mental illness. And that's why this month of awareness is so important. The victims of mental illness should not have to fight this battle alone. They should not have to struggle in the shadows of American life. And Black people in this country who struggle with mental illness should not have to bear this cross with crowns of thorns while all the world go free. If every community is susceptible to the vicissitudes of mental illness, then certainly every community should have equal access to the things that make for peace. The current disparity in access to care is as unacceptable as it is un-American. I say to every African American suffering from mental illness, you have nothing to be ashamed of. You have done nothing wrong. You are not guilty of anything, and you need not be ashamed. You not be shamed into greater levels of unnecessary suffering. Let the word go forth from this moment forward. Mental illness is a health concern compounded by social factors and not the result of a deficiency in character or personal responsibility. People are not suffering from mental illness because they are bad people. And to be sure, people are not suffering from mental illness because they are somehow ethically weak or deficient in their capacity to try harder, as it were. We have to stop assigning responsibility to the victim when it comes to mental illness the way we used to do with drug addiction and the like. Mental illness could care less about how emotionally strong or morally consistent you are. There's a reason why we call it an illness. And we call it an illness because all of us are potentially susceptible to falling victim to it under the right set of tragic conditions and circumstances. To the millions of people in America, and particularly to the millions of African Americans who are suffering from mental illness, I see you. I hear you. I honor your courage. I value your life. And perhaps most of all, I stand in solidarity with the possibility of your healing. You are not alone in this time. Your struggle and your sacrifices have not gone unnoticed, and we stand in this solemn place to affirm the dignity of your persistent efforts to be heard and recognized by your government. And I want you to know that your labor has not been in vain. Today we ask faith leaders in the Black community to help us remove the stigma that prevents people from getting therapy and treatment. We ask church leaders, mosque leaders, and synagogue leaders, who are essential elements for the successful recovery of someone getting the help they need. Prayer and spirituality can help in the effort to eradicate isolation and give victims access to communities of healing. But these benefits must be supported by proven treatments. There is no reason the Black church and Black mental health professionals cannot work together to bring relief and restoration to the millions of Black people who need it. Today we call upon the formation of a broad and interdisciplinary approach to a mental illness that will not only address the problem, but also leave the dignity of the person intact. Because struggling people are still people. Our people, citizens of this country. Men and women who, in spite of the difficulties they face, are no less worthy of our love and our devotion. Because this country is only as strong as the weakest amongst us. A country that cannot secure the health and well-being of the weak will never be able to protect and sustain the longevity of the strong. I am convinced that we must do everything in our power to support the expansion of culturally competent care. In fact, this government should incentivize the practice of creating an army of Black mental health professionals who work on the front lines in this emerging war. Because whether we know it or not, the future of this nation and our communities might well depend upon it. This is not a crisis in the making. This is a crisis already amongst us. And what we do about this issue might well determine the direction of this meandering republic in days and years to come. So let us gather the best of the American spirit to accomplish this work. Let us summon the proverbial angels of our better nature. Let us join hands and lock arms and dedicate our resources so we might preserve all notions of domestic tranquility and let the oppressed go free. Mr. Speaker, you have heard from my distinguished colleagues about the topic of mental health and all issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans tonight. With that, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for your kindness, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does the gentleman have a motion for the House to consider?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I motion to adjourn the House at this time, and I thank you for your kindness, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.